Okay, we are live. Good evening, everybody. This is May 11th, and we are starting our session. We'll begin with the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we went into closed session, we did have an emergency addition to the closed session, which was passed with a 5-0 vote for adding a pending litigation government code 54956.9 to closed session. Reporting out for closed session, we did extend expulsion of student 8004110 through one more semester. Is that correct? And that passed with a vote of 5-0.
Actually, oh, you're right. Never mind. I won't correct you.
No other emergency additions or modifications to the agenda. So do I have an approval for tonight's agenda? A motion, I'm sorry, for approval. Second. All those in favor? Aye. No, opposed? That passes 5-0. Approval of minutes, we're going to have to take a little separately because I was not present at the March 9th meeting. And I think maybe Rebecca, you were not present also. I think you were sick that night. So if I'll have a motion to approve the minutes for March 9th, and then we can approve the other two together.
I will move to approve March 9th board meeting minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
3 in favor, 2 abstentions. And then for March, so that passes. April 13th and April 26th, motion to approve those meeting minutes.
We have to abstain from that.
From the 13th?
Was out sick.
Okay, so we'll just start with the 13th. I'll make a motion to approve. Rebecca seconds. All those in favor? Aye. Aye, so that's 4 ayes and 1 abstention. And then April 26th meeting. Rebecca moves. I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Ojai Unified Value Awards. Recognition of Topa Topa student Finley Court for the Ojai Unified Value of Inclusion. He is going to be shared his information and all the wonderful things he's doing at Topa Topa by his teacher, Julie Finley. I'm sorry. No. Oh, okay, sorry. That's a volunteer. Go ahead. Please introduce Barrios.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, it's super windy out here. I nominated Finley for Student of the Month for the Value of Inclusion because she does so much for our school community. Every morning at 7:50 when the bell rings, she helps the office staff by reporting any students for tardy so they're able to get to class quickly. Excuse me. She's respectful and helpful to parents and students. She's a peer mediator during recess and soccer referee for the lower grade recesses. She makes sure her peers are playing fairly and being safe while they're out there. We've had several new students in our class and our school this year, and she's always very welcoming to them. She helps show them around the campus and makes sure they know where everything is. In the classroom, she's a peer tutor and helps students who are having a difficult time with certain concepts learn how to solve the problem instead of just giving them the answer. Let's see. I really appreciate her dedication to supervision and inclusion of students with a smile on her face while building a fun and safe culture at our school. So thank you very much, Finley.
Okay.
You're unmuted, baby.
Oh, congratulations. Also, you for this award, you receive a $50 gift card and a $50 given to a nonprofit of your choice. Have you chosen who you'd like that money to go to?
Yes.
Oh,
The Girls Empowerment Workshop.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
You can give the whole $100 to them. I don't need 50.
That's nice.
We're going to skip a little bit. We're going to go to our Topa Topa volunteer, Eric Armand, and introduced by Suzanne Olson and Heather Myers.
Hi, I work in the library in the computer lab at Topa, and I'd have to say Eric has been a huge help in the library in the computer lab this year. Every Friday, he sets up Chromebooks and headphones for the whole class. He keeps the students focused on the language arts and math programs that they're working on. He troubleshoots any technical issues we might have, and he checks in and out library books. So he's been just an enormous help to me this year. So thank you, Eric. Hi, Heather Myers, Topa Topa kindergarten teacher, and I have the pleasure of having Eric's son Orion in my class this year, who is the sweetest little boy. And as a bonus, I get Eric as a parent volunteer. He does not just for our classroom, but the entire Topa Topa community. As Suzanne stated, he lugs that big Chromebook cart on top of the library books and the headphones every Friday morning up to the library, checks the books in, puts out the Chromebooks and headphones, and just their login QR codes. I couldn't do it without him. I know Suzanne could. I couldn't do it without him. He volunteers. Sometimes we have special kindergarten and first grade fun stations. He's there doing the fun one. We spearhead him for the physical education, music, get the kids running around. He's positive. He lets them have fun. He encourages them. He's a member of our PTA, and he will be our new PTA president next year. He comes in on the weekends when we've had beautification days. At the beginning of the year, we had these huge tables that we needed to kind of get moved around. And he's just always volunteering. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? In the Topa Topa community, I know myself and my class are so lucky to have him. So Eric, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for making this year just an incredible year.
Well, thank you for letting me help.
Anything you want to say, Eric? Besides just.
It's just been a pleasure helping. As I've told both of them, that I was very skeptical about public school for my son because of things that I went through in public school. And this Topa Topa has just been wonderful. I love everything that Miss Diamatos has done. Miss Myers is just awesome. And then to have a wonderful, engaged librarian for him that helps him get all the books, just how can I not want to help? And yeah.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And we really appreciate all that you do. Good evening. Do we have our Nordhoff student here as well? Okay, Jennifer Donahue is being honored for also the value of inclusion, and Mr. Munson is here to share about her with us.
Thank you. Hey, good evening. Excuse me. I'm Dave Munson, principal at Nordhoff High, and it's my privilege to introduce the OUSD Values of the Month Award to Nordhoff Senior Jennifer Donahue for the value of inclusion. I've been fortunate to work with Jennifer on a great project she co-founded last year with Colby Fink, entitled Rangers Represent the Hall of Character and Achievement, which is an alumni recognition. This project has been one of the most impactful to come across our campus in recent years. And while Jennifer worked with her co-founder last year, she's taken the reins and the lead this year without skipping a beat. But without going into any more detail, I'd like to present Jennifer Donahue for further elaboration of this wonderful inclusive project. Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Munson, and thank you everybody for being here. So about a year and a half ago, I was in my leadership class and we had a guest speaker. His name was Ben Vale, and he was an alumni that went to Nordhoff. And just seeing him and all the stuff he had to say, I was really inspired. And then I thought to myself after this class, there must be more people like Ben Vale out there. There must be more alumni just hidden in the rough. So I started Hall of Character and Achievement with my friend Colby in order to uncover these wonderful alumni that graduated from Nordhoff. And this program, I didn't want it to be like a Hall of Fame, which would be more focused on fame and sports maybe. And I just wanted it to be inclusive just for everyday people, because I feel like that's what people can be inspired from and relate to the most, especially the students at Nordhoff. So our slogan is inspire, educate, and achieve. And through our alumni, we try to implement all of these words to our students. So basically, alumni can apply for the program, or we'll reach out to them, and they come to school or they come through Zoom and speak to the students about their most valuable character trait and their experiences at Nordhoff and then after graduating. So over the past year and a half, we've had a little over 13 inductees, and actually we have 2 coming to campus this week. And I'm planning to expand this program after I graduate and pass it on, because it's really just amazing what these people have had to say. And to close, I'm gonna read you guys one of the survey comments I got a couple weeks ago from one of the students. And they said, "I like the program because it recognizes successful people from Nordhoff who aren't just successful in sports and athletics. These people are more like the type of successes we may experience." And I think that comment just really summarizes what this program is about. It's about just connecting the students to the alumni and to the amazing things Nordhoff has bred. So yeah.
Thank you, Jennifer. That sounds amazing. You also will be getting a gift card for you and a nonprofit. Have you chosen a nonprofit you'd like to include in that?
Yes, I chose a small humanitarian nonprofit that is working with Ukrainian children.
Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We move on to public comments. I do have some that are not associated with an item. The first one, Jeffrey Starkweather, and that will be followed by Darius Lang.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, fellow citizens. I am an incredibly big advocate for public schools. I'm an incredibly big advocate for these schools. I went to these schools, I graduated from these schools. Both my kids and my grandkids have gone through public schools. My sister graduated from these schools as a school teacher. My first wife was a school teacher. My mother was the head of the PTA at all 3 levels. So I am totally did it, but I'm completely upset and troubled by the lack of transparency. Saturday, an agenda came out. I did not see it until Sunday evening because I actually was doing a lot this weekend. And on it were 3 major items: the parcel tax, chaparral property, and the swimming pool. But there was a hidden bombshell in there, which I noticed, and I wondered about this second interim report. And fortunately, one of your trustees pushed and got that finally on the agenda, because it wasn't on the agenda. And basically, the Ventura County Board of Education commenting on the second interim report said there were a multitude of technical errors. We believe the district may not meet its obligation in one or both subsequent years, which just floored me that was not on the agenda. And you know, you've got the chaparral back, and of course we had this gigantic meeting planning commission where basically everybody said, where was the public input from the start? We want to be on the takeoff, not just the landing. So I don't believe any of these items really should be discussed tonight that I just mentioned, because there is this fiscal crisis, apparently, at least fiscal accountability, which is like one of your principal responsibilities and the superintendent's responsibility, hanging over us. And I think until we get at least a complete transparency, because the second interim report's not there, the third interim report's not there. And of course, they said that you were supposed to do a response to these things. I would have thought this 20 days ago, that would have been discussed tonight. That's not on the agenda. So I just don't think any of these items, as big as they are, as fiscally connected as they are, should be things that you're deciding. And I'll add one more thing, and this is political, but I'll do it anyway. We got 3 seats up for election in November. That's going to be a majority of the board. Now, whether you all run again and get elected, that's fine. You can do that, but you might not be. And I think the new board should be deciding these major long-term expenditures, not the old board that is going out. You're gonna affect the future of our school system. And I think we should wait until the new board is sworn in December. Thank you very much.
Jaroslav.
All right. So I'm here to propose a future agenda item and then I'd call a general comment. I tend to agree with Mr. Starkweather regarding the fiscal health and the ability of this board to make fiscal decisions in the current state that we're in, including the transparency piece, which I'll get to my future agenda item. So regarding written comments, I provided a written comment a couple months ago about the second interim report, and I lumped it in with the general comments, and it was 650 words. I looked, and there were 850 words in January and 1,000 words in December and whatnot. So I said, that's fine. It's all lumped in. It's the only comment. To find out that my comment was clipped at 450 words. I didn't get a notice. It was a unilateral decision between Dr. Morris and the president of the board, and I feel that I should have been notified. So I submitted a comment today that was 341 words, but that's not the litmus test for words. It's actually characters. So it's limited to 200 or 2,800 characters. And as a person, I'm like, how do I submit this? Now it's limited. So I think this discussion needs to be in the public. When you guys discussed this, when we came back to in person, the number of characters and words was never brought up or decided publicly. And the comment form said should, not required, like it does today. So I would like that to be on a future agenda item. I'd actually like to have it discussed tonight, which is why I'm here kind of ad hoc. That's my first request for agenda items, future agenda items in the parking lot. Second, I filed a UCP complaint in around January when we were dealing with the budget, and, the LCAP and the PAC and all of those things. And that's kind of worked its way through the system. And in the last 2 months, through appeals and everything else, that has been kind of settled with action items regarding transparency. And there's been some findings by the CDE, Department of Education, that requires the board to readdress the PAC in public meetings. I sent the items in a comment. I don't know if that was posted tonight regarding corrective actions. I think that needs to be brought up in a future item and discussed of what happened. I would like to be part of that discussion, if that's possible. I think that's a right of mine to kind of go through in detail what I had to do over the last year just to even get this far. Is that 3 minutes? If I propose an item, does that not reset? Or that was 2 proposals?
It's one comment, not on an agenda item. So, I mean, 3 minutes.
So trying to propose future agenda items, is that?
You can speak on that
That's what I was speaking about.
at the end.
Oh. Okay, well, I can wait the 3 hours to follow up on the other side. So can I get 3 more minutes or?
Sure.
So I'd like to see that addressed publicly. I think it cost the district a lot of money. I think that there's been progress made. I think there's a lot of good things going on in the district. But the plan that Mr. Ruff proposed back last fall was detailed with the Roberts rules and the setup. That's not what we have. I think that needs to be addressed in a future agenda item along with general meetings, like we're going to talk about tonight with the pool committee, the guiding coalition. There should be minutes for those meetings because there were discussions involving district funds that's noted someplace. Like if you say the guiding coalition helped us do this in the LCAP, I should be, as a citizen, able to go find out what was talked about. I have no idea. Is the pool heated? I don't know. What are we looking at maintenance costs? What are the concerns? I have a general report. That's a PowerPoint. That's it. That's all I have available to me for this bombshell agenda item tonight. So I think that's it for now, and we'll go over the other stuff later for the interim reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you also, I see you have topic 4.1, which is our approval of minutes. Is that what you were just talking
that
about?
was the general comments. Sorry, I was
Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
Employee union, do we have any, Jake, did you wish to speak tonight?
Yes.
Is Chuck on Zoom? Is he joining us? I don't think that's him yet. Okay. Good evening.
So, I think recently we've seen the sort of bad press we've been getting in the newspaper, and in some respects, some could say it's rightfully so. In other respects, some people could say it's a bit skewed. The members of the OFT have certainly seen the bad press and reached out to me. The membership has really started reviewing the budget reports, looking at the board agendas, and all in all, I think the membership of the OFT is really looking to solidify that unity we used to have in the district. So the OFT expressed concerns over the expansion of positions at the DO, and those concerns were met with the promise that those additions were necessary to the adequate functioning at the district and business offices. So tonight, when we're looking at agendas 10.1, the auditor's report, and 10.7, the second interim update, we're wondering, when are we going to see those staffing additions provide resolution to those problems? How much are these problems costing us as we reach out to outside resources for legal counseling, accounting assistance, and audit? How much does that number go up when you factor in the additional staffing? I was looking at our LCAP goals for 2021-2022 school year, and goal 2, I can see, quote, the district will provide high quality instruction by retaining qualified teachers. In the action section, I can see a lot of actions that support high quality instruction, but I don't see anything that encourages the retention of qualified. So, I'm up here making some critical comments that speak for OFD, but I think it's important to also acknowledge that with all the problems that we have that have arisen recently, a lot of our problems do eventually have resolution. Dr. Morris and Dr. Knox have been very attentive and involved with those resolutions, and for that, we're extremely grateful. I have no doubt that Dr. Morris is going to navigate us out of this financial situation with some very high quality resolutions, but we still are going to voice our concerns along the way. We hope some of those resolutions provide an avenue for better compensation for teachers and staff in the years to come. I believe that if the OFT and district work together on the promotion of the community, on the promotion and community engagement for item 11, the parcel tax, we will in the future have much better success retaining that qualified faculty. We acknowledge the great work Dr. Morris has done bringing in many grants that benefits our students, the Digital and Media Academy grant, the A&G completion grant, the 8841 grant. Those are just the tip of the iceberg of the amount of grants that have been brought in over the last years, over this last several years, and it's admirable. The membership is very excited to see the conclusions reached in negotiations as they go closer. The membership seems confident in those negotiations and that the district is bargaining in good faith, which gives us faith in the district, which we may have been seeing a lack of recently, but it's coming back. We're proud to be Ojai Unified Teachers. And on a personal note, for 10.6 the Aquatic Center, I personally favor option B with a 35-meter pool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm actually just going to take a moment to get my mask because it's kind of a crowded room and open the door. 60 seconds or less. Thank you. We move on to 6.3, which is board member reports. Anyone want to report out? Have anything to?
I just have talk about, I'm sure, I think a lot of us saw the musical. It was awesome.
Yeah.
When we were able to pull it off. Kudos to those who made that happen. It was awesome. And it was so cool to see a musical after 3 years. And music, the music department, I had my daughter send me a note because I couldn't remember all the details, but the Nordhoff music, basically the chamber choir, the symphonic band, the jazz band, and the string orchestra all went down to Anaheim. 27 schools were there. Each of those musical groups got gold awards. The Nordhoff was awarded the best in show of the 27 schools. And the combined symphonic band and string orchestra won the instrumental Sweet City. So it's basically just a across the board absolute domination. And and we should be so proud because we just went up last week. The choir went up to Thatcher, and 3 schools were up there, including Thatcher. And our music is just so, frankly, superior, just the best. So something we should be really proud of.
I just wanted to make the board aware that on May 31st, there's a VCSBA meeting in Camarillo regarding declining enrollment. Should be interesting.
What does initial stand for?
I'm sorry.
The initials, you just read off
Ventura
some
County
initials.
School Board Association.
Oh, okay.
And next week, I will be in Sacramento as a delegate to CSBA and
California School Boards.
California School Board Association. And they are looking for feedback on items that they could be lobbying for on our behalf with the legislators. And that's what we'll be discussing. So if any of you wanted to talk to me about that before I go, let me know. I'm happy to chat. That was all.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I and Shelley were lucky enough to attend the Access celebration for Region 13, which is was up in where were we? Buellton?
Solvang.
We were in Solvang, and we're super proud of Teresa Dutter, who won an amazing award. But I'm kind of giving away a lot. And then also Mr. Dave Munson, who won an award for being principal in our region.
Region 13 Principal of the Year.
Which is pretty amazing. So I'm really proud of our team. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it feels like I've done a lot since the last time. I attended one of the coffee with the principal out at the farmer's market. Met people there. I attended the Earth Day celebration out there, which was really wonderful. Very happy. Actually, you guys were there too. Very happy to be a part of that. I saw Something Rotten, really enjoyed it, laughed really hard. So I'm really feeling like, oh, things are happening again, and we're seeing all the wonderful things that we are being a part of and that we're providing to the community, and that's really nice to see again. Our superintendent's report.
So welcome, everyone. And we'll go through a few highlights that we've had. Some of the things have already been mentioned, or they've been talked about in our Monday Minute, which we put out every single week. One thing that we haven't talked about yet is the Miners Oaks Elementary won they're a green ribbon school. They're a silver awardee. There's only one level above that, which is gold. So there was a little ceremony. Anaheim. And so Richard Bird, teacher at Miners Oaks, really was instrumental in that, as was our partner Food for Thought, Emily Hammer. So we want to thank them for helping to make that happen. And next year, we're going to go for gold in that area. We also had our Chaparral High School WASC accreditation visit, their mid-cycle visit. And so I just wanted to share some of the school-wide strengths that were identified in that report. I won't read all of these, but they are commended for clearly aligning their curriculum with standards, for training all staff in restorative justice and instituting weekly discussion circles. That is part one of our board goals, as you know. They're commended for focusing on student growth over time and having alternative measures of student achievement, which is really important for our students at Chaparral High School. And they're commended for implementing a common essay structure and a rubric. And Chaparral has changed significantly the way that we implement the program over the last few years. And they really are focused on individual students and what students needs. And even the whole schedule is based around what students are working on, what credits they need. And so it's really a phenomenal program that is coming together there. And we'll probably have some items coming to you next month for some additional things we'd like to do at Chaparral. And then finally, we have summer school for our Chaparral students, which we did not used to have. And so that was a commendation in this report. So we're very proud of Chaparral and for their completion of their WASC mid-cycle visit. And I apologize to everyone out there. If you see us, there's for some reason an infestation of bugs up here. And so we're all having this kind of, I'm going to put the lid on my drink so I don't drink one. Last week was our teacher and staff appreciation, and we're very grateful for all of our PTOs, PTAs, and NPA for doing so many wonderful things for our teacher and staff members, including many, many lunches, celebrations, goodie boxes, etc. And then for all of those who aren't in those organizations but want to thank our staff members, our Public Information Officer, Linda Jordan, has put together this Padlet where you can go to OUSD, you can submit a nice note to any of our staff members, which is a really nice way. I was looking through some of these today and they're just really lovely. So we encourage you to do that through this entire month, and we will keep this up and make sure that our teachers get copies of all of those. We have, this is a little bit hard to see in this picture, but we got our elementary chairs delivered finally. We ordered them in maybe October. They're multiple colors, they're lovely. And we have this little student quote, "Those chairs are awesome. I love them so much," which was very great to hear. They have good backs. So those are we're replacing those throughout the week at all of our different schools and sites. They match our rainbow floor, so we're excited about that.
We also, in coordination with Brian Berman, he had an arts grant from a couple of years ago, kind of in COVID, we weren't able to implement, but we are now in the process of finalizing, putting in peace bowls. So we have a couple at Nordhoff, and we just installed our Matillaha peace bowls, which were designed by students and I think painted in conjunction with artists. So this is one installation, and then we're very excited to have a very special peaceful honoring Sherry Usher that was just installed. And so you can see all of her favorite things there, birds and nature, and purple. And so if you get a chance to check it out, it's in the garden where we think she would like it, visible from the 6th grade wing. So we're very excited and touched to be able to do that. And thank you to our partner, Brian Berman, for that. We also had our Earth Day, as you mentioned. There are 3 of our board members speaking at Earth Day. There's our mayor there at visiting our booth. And Schneider Electric went out in the morning and did some activities at Matillaha Middle School. They raced solar cars with students. They had a microgrid and they made smoothies. And the kids also got to plant some recycled little garden pots. So that was very fun. In addition to that, we've just been working on all of our experiential learning throughout the district. So there's all kinds of things, but our students are able to go on field trips again, which we're very excited about. You've seen a few See-Me trips, but also our middle school went to Warner Brothers. San Antonio visited the Ventura River Estuary, and then we are bringing back our community classroom at Matillaha in a slightly different way, but we have regular sessions that students can sign up for to go and visit these community classroom experiences. So we had an auto mechanic talking to kids about that last week. So these are members of the community who get to come in and work with our students, which we're very excited about, and things that they're passionate about that might not fit into our day-to-day curriculum. Finally, we have our local author series. Our 3rd and final event was last night. If you look at all those students in the library who are having an excellent time, I'm really excited on the focus of literacy. And I would like to thank our librarians, particularly Denise Rimpa, for making this happen, as well as Brianna Beebe, who's helping to coordinate all of this. So it's really exciting to see this real focus on reading, writing, and literacy and what that looks like in the real life, and for kids to meet real authors. Some upcoming events that we have our Mental Health Awareness Week at Matillaha. That is also a board goal. And so we're excited that we have this new focus next week at Matillaha. I think it's next week. That might be today.
What week are we in?
Yeah. Also, we had a lot of our spring celebrations happen already at our elementary schools, but we still have Matillaha coming up tomorrow night, Nordhoff coming up a little bit later in the month, and Miramani coming up on June 2nd. So those are all opportunities for you to attend and see the great things that are happening on our campuses. And to Mr. Ruff's point, our performing arts are doing really amazing things. We have a couple of great concerts coming up, and our 2 spring concerts from the Nordhoff Music Department, and then also a dance performance coming up as well.
Those concerts are next Tuesday, May 24th, and Thursday, the 26th. 26th is the string orchestra and symphonic band, and the 24th is the jazz band and choir.
Our summer school program is underway. We are very excited. We're working on advertising some of our classes. These are all free to all students. So in addition to our regular SOAR elementary program, which is science, outdoor learning, reading, and art. I said that in the opposite order, but SOAR, all the pieces are there. For our secondary students, we have a very exciting game design class. We have added a mountain biking program for the first time this year, film studies. We have an athletics, nutrition, and fitness class, mariachi, and we also have culinary, which I don't have on here because it's completely full. It is the first one that's booked up, but we might even be adding another section. So lots of fun, exciting summer programs for our students.
Culinary Nick Muller again.
That's awesome.
Finally, our ongoing engagement. We have our ELAC committee, which met this last week. We had a number of exciting things. We had our Ojai Youth Mariachi Band performed. We had our Community Action of Ventura County came and presented. We had a presentation from our Head Start program, and then we also had signups for our summer program and so our wellness programs right there for all of our parents. It was great. We are seeing more and more engagement from our families. It's very exciting to see that on a regular basis. We also had our coffee and conversation last month. Our next one is on May 26th. We have We are hitting our 1-year anniversary of these events. They're now held only at the farmers market. They're great. We've had about 35 people come to date and have conversations with me. Not all of them, these small girls here who are playing Pokemon with me, but lots of actual adults come as well. But this is my little fun part of the event. We had a presentation. This was our Heritage World Music Festival that happened already, and slides a little bit out of order, but we're excited to honor our students at Nordhoff who did such a great job. And I won't go over that because Mr. Ruff already did. But Family Fund is working on prom. Prom is a really big deal. And if you remember, the point of Family Fund is to be able to provide access for all students to those events, even those extracurricular events that might be fiscally unattainable for students. We don't want anybody to go to prom because they can't afford a dress, a ticket, to not have a yearbook, to not be able to participate in those things. So the Family Fund board and executive director were able to connect with James Storehouse in Newbury Park. They got over 70 dresses, many of them brand new with tags, accessories, jewelry, shoes, boys' clothes, girls' clothes. We're very excited to be able to ensure that all students are able to go to prom with a ticket and a beautiful attire to attend. So yeah, that is a really great asset for us. Our standing ovations for the month, you can see we have Miss Buckley, Miss Burgess, Miss Hull, Tina Mahler, Brianna Syverson, Nicole Diaz, office manager, Catherine White, principal, Catherine, and it looks like this, maybe it's on the same line, but Catherine, where I think that Tracy Oakland and Kathy Smith volunteers were also submitted. For our secondary, we have Brent Muth and Marco Juarez, our library, Susan Vorjak, and Kim and John Hoy. And I will read that one to you from our own board member for their dedication to our performing arts and for the performance of Something Rotten, which, if you know all of the obstacles that musical had to overcome to take place, it was a huge, extraordinary lift right in the middle of a dance concert, in the middle of AP testing, in the middle of all those things that are really important. To take that on and make that happen was really quite extraordinary. So we're grateful for them. And then finally, we have a special presentation of Principal Teresa Dutter, who I would like to invite up, and Laurel Dawes, who is the AXA North Ventura Charter president. You still the president, Laurel?
For one more week.
One more week. All right. Until Friday.
That's right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Morse and Board of Trustees. As you said, I'm Laurel Dawes. I'm a principal in Ventura Unified, and I'm president of the North Ventura Charter of AXA. AXA is the Association of California School Administrators, and we are the largest organization in California with about 17,000 members to advocate solely for students. And we do that through professional growth and legislative action and supporting our schools. And so one of our awards goes to a local educator who, it's called the Leadership Matters Award. And Ms. Teresa Dutter was selected for this award because of her positive contributions to everything in education, particularly our elementary students in Ojai Unified. Anyone who knows Teresa knows how positive and supportive she is of students, staff, families. She's out there in the morning welcoming kids with her big smile and seeing just the best in every situation and really providing a bright future for all our kids. So we're just here to say thank you for all your contributions. We were looking forward to you being the president next year, but you had the audacity to retire. So we are just wishing you the best and enjoy everything about retirement. Thank you so much for all that you've done. And this is a little token of
First of all, it's been so fun working with Laurel. She's amazing. And I've learned so much through the AXA experience, Association of California School Administrators. I'm so glad that it was recommended to me and that I had the opportunity to participate, because the interconnection among the districts and the brainstorming that takes place, uplifting our colleagues in so many ways with different fun events. It has really brought me forward to a new era with regards to my my walk as an elementary school principal. And although that's coming to an end at the upcoming soon, it has made a huge difference probably in the past 6 or 7 years that I've been a part of this. So Laurel, thanks for this designation. Thanks for being an awesome group to work with here. I think I'll save that for another day. But thank you very much.
Congratulations. We're at the end of the report.
That was the end of the report.
And I'm going to sneak in here and actually share one more thing. There we go. On my board report, Nordorf High School has just won the semifinals in tennis. So they will be going on to the finals on Friday.
They beat Santa Ynez, I think, right?
I'm not sure who they were playing, but it was here at the athletic club. So
Is that boys or girls?
boys.
Is that CIF or league?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, on the match.
Let's serve it up.
Adoption of the consent calendar. Just before we move on it, I would just like to say wow to 8.1.11. Our service trip to Morocco, our live club. Boy, that's exciting. And I actually have Bill Miley, you wanted to make a comment on that, yes? Sure.
To the right, I speak?
It picks you up. It's.
Oh, good. So, for the record, my name is Bill Miley. My family and we've lived here since 1968. And all three of my kids went through all the schools. When I read that, I was just really impressed. I think I even went to a map and looked at the spot they were going to in Morocco. I especially like the way they organized the group here in Nordorf. And also I was impressed with the, I think it's an Australian firm that does all the work to get people in the places. So I just wanted to say, that was great. Lots of congratulations to whoever was involved in that. And if I didn't, and my daughter, Susan, she went to Mexico for a week. I think she was probably part of that, one of those programs that was set up through the teachers in the.
So do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. 9.1 is our A through G improvement grant plan. I do have a speaker, Bill Miley. Want to speak on this?
So, Bill Miley. So I have a personal, and I'll start, I could give you the start, but so I had personal challenges when I was in elementary school and high school. So I have a lot of sense for students who are struggling or have trouble with reading or whatever. So when I read this item, I wondered what A through G was. So I looked it up and I learned a lot about it. And I went to the numbers. I went to the money, $130,000. There was about 190 students that were involved. I guess last year, maybe this year. But the point I wanted to focus on was the students that didn't pass the grades at the classes that they got D's, C's, and F's. So they were, I think it was 51% complete. But there were one group, the English, the English challenge, what do you call it? People
English
who
learners.
speak one language and they're learning it, which I don't, and I admire that. Really. So the students who are trying to learn, they only had like 23% completion. That really bothered me. So I would like to be able to tell the state to give you at least $300,000 so you can buy more of the paper program. And what was it starts with ENB Civity or something like that. The two programs that you contract with for mentor services. Just help the children, the young people who aren't getting the C's to be able to pass the A through G's. And it didn't seem to me that $132,000 was enough. So I would really like to help you get more money, but I don't know how. So ask me. I'm doing lots of things now. My dear wife has passed, so I have a lot more time to get involved. Like last night at the city council.
That might be something Shelley can take with her to Sacramento next week.
Oh, well, good. Maybe I can talk to you about that. You can tell me what I can do to help.
I may be able to bring something back to get your help
Yeah.
right now.
So,
So this is actually, I believe, our second reading of this, right? We had it at our last meeting. We didn't have any input from outside or public comments
changes.
about it. There's no changes. Yes, we would love more. This is the grant received, and so that's how we're choosing to spend what we have. Is there any discussion that you?
I would just say, at Matilah, we have the reading section, and so they are actually looking to try and support through their site funds an additional section of reading, because it's such an important component of success is to make sure that all students are reading. And as we have our new literacy program in elementary, we know that those kids are coming up with on grade standard level reading skills, but we have a gap between those when those kids get to middle school and those kids who had access to that in elementary. Obviously, COVID made it a little bit hard too. We might have some setbacks there. So we're really trying to focus on those literacy skills in middle school. So we're excited that we're going to be able to maybe supplement this program additionally with some site funds.
Yeah, and I would ask, part of it is at that point, a lot of kids have sort of given up. They don't feel like they can still learn. Is there something in here that maybe kind of shows them that there is growth or that they can hear about?
I think in the reading program, there are natural benchmarks and where we can see progress. And so students, who I would say I have a niece who's a struggling reader, and it's really great. It's particular benchmark. She feels excited. And so it's that same kind of chunked progress where you're like, okay, I've hit this benchmark. Now I'm this level reader. I've hit this benchmark. I'm this level reader. And so for students who are struggling readers, it helped there are benchmarks throughout that they can meet those targets and have goals. I don't know if that fully answered.
Yeah, no. Any questions?
I mean, I'll say I like the overwhelming majority of the money is being spent on human help, which I think is great.
Right. I know when I first read, it's about the professional development, I was like, but I want it on the kids. But then I saw what it was doing and how that's going to actually help the kids.
I think this program is remarkable, and to our speaker's point, it does come in multiple languages for kids who maybe aren't, like English is not their first language, which is also a huge benefit. So I'm excited that we're going to be able to offer this. And yeah.
So we're looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
A second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Moving on, to 10.1, our fiscal year annual auditors report for the district and for measures J and K.
I'd like to introduce Royce Townsend, who is our auditor from Eide Bailey, who will be giving the report this evening.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to be here this evening. I will just work through the report, but let me provide you some background. Of course, these numbers, the audit relates to the year ending June 30th, 2021. So we're a few months down the road now. But with that said, what is being presented this evening, as Dr. Moore said, noted, was the report on the audited financial statements, which encompasses the financial statements, the federal awards, and the state awards, as well as report on the financial statements related to measures J and K, which also include a financial statement component as well as a performance audit. Now, what I always like to mention at this point is that everything within these reports is yours. The only part of the audit reports that are the auditors is our specific opinions related to those areas that I mentioned: financial statements, federal awards, state awards, and for the Measure J and K, financial statements and performance audit. So before I delve into the outcome of the audit, I always like to provide a little background regarding the audit itself. The audit is intended to provide reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. And that's, of course, in contrast to total assurance. Total assurance would mean that we would be looking at every single transaction, and that's not the sort of audit this is. I mentioned the auditor's opinion, and as always, the highest level of assurance that the audit can provide is an unmodified opinion, no changes to our opinion. So with that said, I always make note that if you ever hear an opinion other than unmodified, then you as a governing board certainly want to ask the question why. But at the end of the day, the audit is intended to provide you, the governing board, a level of assurance regarding the information as provided to you by your business management. And how we get there through the audit is through a risk assessment process. We do gain an understanding, and we do review the internal controls of the district. And lastly, because we are not looking at every single transaction, we perform a tested transaction utilizing a sampling methodology. Now, with that said, there's a number of pages in the audit report, and while I'd love to know that you're looking at every single one, there's two specific pages that I do think are essential components to your review. And the first that we'll be talking about will be the summary of auditors' results. And the second will be the schedule of financial trends. So the summary of auditors' results, if you had a hard copy in front of you, that would be page 86. And if you were doing it via a PDF, that would be page 93. So this summarizes the outcome of those three specific areas that I mentioned: financial statement, federal awards, and state awards. So as it relates to the financial statement, we are providing you an unmodified opinion. We do note that there were material weaknesses that were identified during the course of the audit. However, we did not identify any significant deficiencies. As it relates to the federal awards, we are also providing you an unmodified opinion. This year, we had to test two major federal programs, and that's major because they exceeded a specific dollar amount as it relates to expenditures. And both of those programs this year were COVID-19 related programs. The outcome was we did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies related to the federal awards. And as it relates to the state awards, probably 20 plus programs that we had to look at this year, we are providing you an unmodified opinion related to all of our testing for those programs. We always do look for opportunities to provide the district some improvement areas. And with that, we do have a management letter observation and recommendation later on in the report following the findings. And we do have an audit adjustment that was required, and thus relates to the material weaknesses. And that would be on page 72 of your report, or a PDF page 77. As it relates to the schedule of financial trends, again, this is one of the two schedules that I think is critical. And if you were looking at it in front of you, page 73, PDF page 78, and I do always emphasize that the schedule of financial trends is the only place in the audit report where you see historical information, 3 years worth of information plus your current year. In this case, since we're looking at it from last year's perspective, this would be your budget year. Trends are important. They provide a picture of where you have been and where you may be going. So I always implore the governing board to make sure that you're looking at this page. There are some trends that I think are important to note. The district for the past 3 years has incurred operating surpluses in 2 of the past 3 years, and is expected with the adopted budget to also have a budget surplus. And reserves remain stable. With that said, this past year, there was a lot of federal dollars, which helped districts maintain stability with their reserves. ADA continues to decline, is projected to decline, and that is really the key note here. As you are all aware, that is what drives your funding. In addition, when I look at this schedule, I note that total long-term obligations have increased by about $24 million over the past 2 years. And much of that is due to the issuance of GO bonds, as well as the increase in liability associated with pensions. So that summarizes the outcome of your financial statements.
Can I ask a question about that last point?
I'm sorry, say that again?
This is Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, you mentioned our liabilities, and then you mentioned that these are not liabilities associated with Measure K or J, right? These are.
No, that is correct.
And these, so are these the liabilities we incur when we basically pull money up front when we're not, because the timing of the revenue is not in sync with us?
Well, these ones that we're looking at on the schedule of financial trends are long-term liabilities. So they are longer of nature. Specifically, the items on there would include your general obligation bonds related to your construction projects, but those, so that's one component. And I mentioned pensions as well, as here you have other post-employment benefits, but these are not current liabilities. These are long-term in nature, and long-term in nature is a liability that exceeds 1 year. So anything that's carried over from year to year to year, such as compensated absences, vacation time that doesn't get paid out in a year, might be another example. If you were to have capital leases and you had a lease obligation for 5 years because that exceeds 1 year. So that's what I'm referring to when I speak to this page here.
Yeah, but I think these big numbers are our bonds. These are our Measure K and J bonds.
Oh yeah, these are that, and as well as, like I say, your pension. Those are the two big ones here.
Wanted to clarify. Sorry, I got confused.
Not a problem at all. So getting back to it, I was getting ready to summarize the outcome. I'll let you turn that page since I didn't realize you had this up also. Thank you. If you can move the slide forward. Well, that's okay. There you go. As it relates to measures J and K, the financial statements, again, auditor's opinion was unmodified. There were material weaknesses identified, and those relate to some adjustments that were posted. Again, no significant deficiencies identified. As it relates to performance, the performance really is looking to see whether or not you complied with Article 13A of the state constitution, as well as the bond measure requirements of measures J and measures K specifically. We tested 71% of the total expenditures for measure J, and we tested all the expenditures for measure K, and that's just simply because that one really didn't have as many expenditures. But with that said, our testing did not identify any expenditures that were not in compliance with, again, the requirements of Article 13A or the requirements of the bond measures as approved by your populace. So that really summarizes the outcome of both your financial statement audit as well as your audits related to measures J and K. And as always, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding your audit reports.
Could you go back 2 slides, please? It was so quick that I. This one? Okay. Specific questions?
I have a general. I remember when I was president, I met with you, right? The president will meet with you personally, but this is our, we see you once a year. Is there anything you've kind of told us where you think we should be focused? Is there anything broader that you think we as a board should consider doing, or any information that you think that haven't mentioned that you think we should consider?
I think the audit speaks for itself. I mean, the fact that there were some material weaknesses indicates that there can be some improvement and should be some improvement on those areas as far as the financial reporting, but I am certain that the district is already moving in that direction to resolve those issues. The other part was, of course, the lateness of the audit. And again, they're quite aware of that, and they are, I'm certain, are moving to ensure that that is not the case moving forward.
And I did see on those adjustments that we had requested that you had already approved, right? Some of those changes of those where you're talking about those adjustments, those material adjustments, or.
I'm sorry, is that a question for me?
I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not saying it, so never mind.
There were some adjustments that were made.
That's part of that process of going back and making those corrections.
And this isn't really a question for the auditor, but more clarification because I heard notice of like auditors and how much is this money, how much is it costing and what is it? So we are required as a public entity to have auditors that review our stuff every year. It's an automatic requirement. And then we have federal auditors and state auditors that will come in. We have the county who also audits everything that we do and purchase. So it's just a fiscal requirement that we do the things that we're doing. And I think it's, obviously a good practice because it shows us our weaknesses and allows us to fix the things that need to be fixed.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of summarizing it. It is where you're at, and it's the duty of the auditors to report this to the governing board. And now you as a governing board take action to move forward with it and make the necessary changes.
So this is what you're talking about, Jane, an audit adjustment was required.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, thank you. That's
Okay.
why I was like,
Yeah, it's this particular phrase.
So for me, the bottom line is that these are unmodified, which means that the issues that they've identified, one of which has been a long-standing issue, right? The whole chain of custody thing and fiscal, it's been a struggle for us for years, especially when you have like one person in there. I'm exaggerating, but it's a very tiny staff makes that kind of stuff really challenging.
Yeah, and one of the other deficiencies that we've had actually a couple of years in a row has to do with reconciling bank accounts. So when I first started, every school district had, or every school had their own bank account, and they would write checks, which are harder to track and not necessary. So we moved towards a centralized CalCard system for purchases that have to be done on site. Like maybe I take the CalCard for a field trip, but those bank accounts are still open because the bank that we work with requires, in order for us to change any signers, we have to have the prior people bring in their driver's license. And we've been trying honestly for 2 years to try and close some of those accounts. We don't use them anymore, but we have been unable to close them. So until we can close them, they have to be reconciled monthly, which we are short-staffed and has been problematic for us to do. We're actually exploring options for potentially, can we work with other banks? Or there are other ways that we can, so that when we have changes to the signer, well, one, we're going to want to close a bunch of those, but we have to get documents signed by people who are no longer in the district. And so that has been a holdup for us.
Why, I'm just a question, why would you need to do monthly reconciliations if we're not using the accounts?
It's
because it's an open account.
Because it's an open account
required.
and it's required. And
But
so
But there's no activity, right?
It doesn't matter
yeah.
if it's associated with the district.
I'm just thinking in terms of workload.
It's right. And so we need to close them. It's just, it's a more tedious process that we've tried a couple of times, but collecting those anyways, it's something that we know we need to do, and we are working on it and trying to find a solution. So once we can close some of those accounts, that will be helpful.
And part of the thing I think like that was difficult for a lot of districts this year is you can only count revenue one time. So as we got this huge influx of COVID money, it looks like you get this huge amount of revenue. And then the following year, it's automatically deficit spending, right? Because you're no longer getting the revenue you got the previous year, which looks really like bad because you think deficit spending. But the reality is that the COVID money, there was certain pots of money that had to be spent in 1 year. There were other pots of money that could be up to like 4 or 5 years. And so I know for a lot of districts, they wanted to pull that money out as long as possible. But for 4 or 5 years, it will consistently look like we're deficit spending because we won't be getting the same amount of money.
The income.
Yes,
right.
right.
Yeah. Got it.
So it makes the declining enrollment problem look even uglier because it's like, not that the whole state of California has a declining enrollment issue. Ventura County has now moved to number 2 in the state of California for declining enrollment students. Right behind Los Angeles County is number 1 and we are number 2. So the state of California lost 160,000 students this year, and they anticipate that to over the next 10 years to dramatically increase.
Dramatically.
Continue to
more or less.
decline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
so,
more questions for Mr. Townsend?
No, but great thing to bring to legislatures is not basing funding on ADA student enrollment. We are one of 6 states that still do that, and it's a terrible way to base our funding on.
Thank you.
And actually, I'm sorry to take, yeah, there was actually, I don't know if it was a public comment, but it was an email to the board about, I think it was a public comment, actually, comparing, take this off just for a second, comparing the California average expenses and how much of it is spent on administration versus teachers, et cetera, which is actually a false comparison, because there are certain things that everyone has to do. So if you have 25,000 students or you have 2,000 students, you have to do these things. So of course, the administration side for a school district with 2,000 students is going to look administrative heavy. That's a false comparison. You cannot look at those numbers and say that we're an admin heavy, because there's all these requirements from the state and the federal government and the county that we have to do, and we have to have people to do that. So of course it's going to look different than a school district that's a lot larger.
Actually working on a comparison of our district to other similar sized districts so that we can compare apples to apples. And so it's in progress.
I think there's one of the organizations that we work with will do that for you as part of your school services, I think is who it is. They will compare up to 12 like sites, districts with similar ADA, similar ethnicity. If you're a member, it's free once a year. So I would like to thank, is our auditor still on? Yes, there you are. Thank you, Royce, because I know you spent a tremendous amount of time and effort working with our staff. And I know this was a long and arduous process, and we really do appreciate the time and effort that you put in to completing our audit. So
Thank you so much. What we do. So it's a pleasure working with your district.
Thank you.
All right. I will bid you good evening. Thanks again.
Thank you. And that is just an information item. There's no action required. 10.2, I do have one comment. Is Martin here? This is our Measure J and K project report.
Here. Handouts for board. Okay. My name is Martin Hartman, architect. I'm serving as an architect for the Ojai Unified School District bond measure projects, including the Matilaha Library. I observed the conduct of the district staff and how they handle the project on the board's behalf. The district is seriously mishandling this job and all the other bond measure jobs. They bid the Matilaha project twice to circumvent the laws requiring public advertisement after the first bid came back too high. Prior to the second round of bidding, I marked my plans as bid set and sent an email to them specifically stating that DSA review and construction oversight is required for the project. The district proceeded to exclude state-required accessibility upgrades and move forward with drawings and documents that were not authorized by DSA or me for construction. The project is now in DSA review and the comments to be addressed are in my court. The district is carrying out projects that are unsafe and discriminatory, using illegal methods and unsound construction practices. Most horrifyingly, the majority of completed bond measure projects listed on the district websites are now uncertified and require after the fact review by DSA and additional remedial construction. Created a list of the projects carried out by the district that are required to be reviewed by DSA, included a DSA publication that outlines projects that are not exempt. The list is long and the dollar amount of uncertified projects is eye-opening. DSA is aware that there are uncertified projects in the district. A letter from the superintendent outlining a remediation plan should accompany a report prepared by me and be sent to the DSA LA regional manager as soon as possible. No new bond projects can be approved by DSA until the conditions are corrected. Those responsible for these illegal and discriminatory projects need to be immediately replaced. The district staff are wholly unqualified to direct a cadre of architects that affect our city's architecture and quality of life. The Schneider solar arrays are great for large parking lots like at Nordoff, but totally inappropriate at Topa Topa and Matilaha. My recommendation is that the Topa Topa solar project be moved to Nordoff to offset the ongoing cost of maintaining a 50-meter pool. I've not seen any drawings for the Matilaha solar, but my assumption is that the proposed structure is another off-the-shelf ugly parking lot structure. This is unacceptable to the citizens of Ojai. I used thousands of dollars of my time to create an alternate plan for the Matilaha solar, and I now offer it to the board. The pro bono plans can easily be developed and substituted for the ugly Schneider structures, while all the summer projects are on hold to remediate the uncertified project. I hope that you'll consider a pro bono set of DSA plans from a California licensed architect. The Pool Citizens Advisory Committee is an ineffective token committee, largely because the district seems to intentionally stymie the citizens from contributing. There have been only 1 or 2 one-hour unproductive meetings in 18 months. Tonight's presentation contains 0 input from the committee. The district is hastily moving the project forward with an either-or vote that it has 0 input from the community. I included a rendering of the pool the district procured in December after Measure K was passed to illustrate the current staff's judgment of what is a great idea for the pool. Please do not vote on this until we, the citizenry, are given ample time to research and collaborate in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Adam, I'm sure you'd like to.
And actually, Alan is online. Alan is currently in Mexico and building houses for families there and is joining us on his vacation tonight.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Alan. Sorry, had to be here tonight. Did you want to speak first, or have you guys spoken to each other? You know who's speaking first?
Adam and I have, talked about, we anticipated some of the comments we just heard. And so we've talked about that. It's probably easier for Adam to address it there in person, but I'm here for any questions.
Yeah, we anticipated some of the comments. I haven't seen the list, but we can check it out this week. As far as we are concerned, there's no pending DSA stuff that we haven't done. The library project in question, I'm not going to get into the semantics of it or the tip for tat, but we did split the project in terms of ADA compliance, which consists of an exterior concrete ramp and a DG path and building. And
there are 2 different trade groups that work on this, right? It's not the same
actually
construction.
About it as well. And we are within our rights to that as well.
So let me just ask a quick question, and you're a little hard to hear, so if you'll speak up for anybody at home. So let's say I'm building something at home, I'm going to do this and this and this, and I get a bid and it's more than I can afford. So I can change the project, right? And isn't that what we're talking about? The scope of the project turned out to be more than we could afford.
Correct, and we rebid it.
And so we rebid it as a different
which we've done numerous times. We did it on the Matilaha Lockers, for instance. Right. We did it on the Nordoff Library because there was a stem wall that we found out that, if we changed the placement of the wall, it saved us $200,000. So it does require us to go back to DSA on some of that stuff.
We're currently doing that for the library at Miners Oaks, for example, because we have a cost.
That's what
we bid out the library project. It's too much, so we're revisiting the scope of the project. We will not be moving forward with the original scope, and we'll be engineering out some of the pieces.
So I think
one of the comments, Adam, one of the comments that I'm getting some feedback. I'm sorry. One of the comments Martin made about rebidding that project because of a requirement for advertising related to the fact that we expected it to come in under the limit for formal bidding, which does not require advertising. But when we did get the bid, it was over that formal bidding limit, which meant that we could not accept that bid without rebidding it and advertising it in order to comply with the rules for formal bidding.
Which is not uncommon. That happens quite often. Like you go out and especially right now with the cost of things are 2 to 3 times what the costs normally are in a regular market. And so if you go out to bid and you think it's going to be grossly under your bid limit, there's a much easier process you can go through. And if it's over your bid limit, then you have to stop the project and put it back out to bid or decide if you want to reduce the scope or whatever it is you're going to do. So my question would be, do you know how many DSA projects you have open right now?
Off the top of my head, we have the Matilaha site work, which was just approved by DSA. We have the foyer that is actually at DSA. The only thing they needed from us was a hydrant flow test, which we did 2 weeks ago. And the
Miners Oaks Library.
The Miners Oaks Library is not technically open yet. It's under review. And we have the Nordoff Library, which is getting final sign off.
And
That's oddly enough tied to one of the old DSAs. It's the last of the ancient DSAs that for some reason, when we opened up Nordoff, they tied it together.
They never closed out, which is also very common.
And we've submitted on but to DSA on 2 of the solar projects, but we have an appointment to submit the Matilaha one later this month.
And as well as we are currently discussing, it's not technically officially a project, it would be classified kind of like the Miners Oaks Library, the Topa Miners Oaks field restorations. They're a little bit different because the field restorations don't touch path of travel or fire, life, safety, or anything of that nature. So those are probably, looks like just over the counter quick access reviews.
So answer me this question. I heard illegal, unsafe. My understanding of the library project at Matilda. Let me go back. As Snyder Electric, as an example, at Topa, they're not just doing the solar, they're actually fixing some parking lot issues. So if that something similar is happening at Matilda, the library, we're moving shelves, we're getting new furniture, we're repainting, we're putting in new flooring. And while we're at it, let's fix the ADA pathway that doesn't necessarily go to the library, but is part of the building. And that gives us, the price is too much. So we're going to go back and we're going to do the ADA separately. Is that what I'm hearing? So explain to me why that would be unsafe.
What's unsafe about the ADA ramp at Matilaha is that it has to be 10% or less if it's under 5%, you don't need handrails, but it's between 5 and 10% grade, you have to have handrails. That particular ramp is 10.4%. And so we've got to redo it to get it to 10% and to make it compliant. And there was actually a discussion about separating those 2 projects for the exterior portion of ADA compliance and the interior remodeling because of the fact that it's different trades and they're different projects. And Martin was a part of that discussion. And in fact, he's the one that originally made the suggestion. One thing you could do is separate these 2 projects and do the ADA part later, which is exactly what we did.
The ADA part consists of the ramp that Alan's referring to, is the ramp right in front of the school to get into the main corridor, the one that's been there since I was at school there. But it's one of those old standing ones that as you do a DSA project, they, kind of spider web out and look at everything else.
Yeah.
So for instance, on the plans that Martin sent to DSA, they wanted to see the drinking fountain that was down by the auditorium on the way up by the bathrooms. So
for the library.
For the library, which is, at the complete other end of the building.
Who is the DSA representative that we're working with?
Our local DSA inspector is Frank Coughlin, who's done obviously hundreds of jobs.
And so I'm thinking what our speaker was referencing was laws on bid splitting, right? So bid splitting is when you intentionally break apart a job because you are trying to be shady about it instead of putting it all together. And so that's why you guys got the opinion from David Saldani that you just mentioned, who's our attorney, who said it would not be bid splitting because it's two separate jobs, one which requires DSA approval, and one which does not, and one is concrete pouring, and one is building trades.
They'll both be DSA approved, but they are, different trades.
Yeah.
And it's no different than, building the pool and bringing on, a multi-prime, project where we control, 6 or 8 different contractors as long as it's bid that way.
Yeah.
So.
So I just, before I ask my question, I just want to highlight what you just said about that we have been having legal review of all of these questions. So we have not been leaving these questions up to our bond managers alone. And so, there's a due diligence aspect to that. My question is that Mr. Hartman used the word discriminatory, and I'm just wondering if we know what is referred to that, what that is referring to.
My belief is he's referring to the ADA, like doing the library remodel interior without starting the ADA compliance on the outside, that you're discriminating against disabled persons.
But that ramp has been there for how many years?
Since I was there.
Okay.
41.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're addressing the issue is the crux of the issue.
Yes. And there's currently no path out the back of the library when that's part of the access compliance as well. There'll be a DG path, which is AD or DSA as well.
When you talk about the back, do you mean by the computer labs or just the back, like
Out the back down the steps to that
grassy
quad area?
Grassy,
grassy
at
area.
some point we'll be redoing also.
What we're calling the grassy area.
But it's not discriminatory because no students have access to that right now. That
Correct.
door, that is blocked off.
So are we sure that's what he meant though? Because I interpreted it differently, and maybe you can clarify for me.
That what Alan's referring to and the way we interpret it is that's because that's based off of previous emails that he sent us that is referring to that exact topic.
Okay, I thought he meant that when you don't split the job, when it's all one job, it has to have a bigger degree of advertising for contractors.
And
so it's-
potentially, if that's what he meant, that's fine. But we have to do it in a trade journal as well as a local publication, and which we did. Sorry, and it was also on our quality bidder site software.
I think it's important.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did think it was important to just address that a little bit.
No problem. Any questions about the update?
Yeah.
I guess the most fun thing this week has been the elementary chair swap out. So,
yeah,
which is nice to see. It definitely colors up the room. And I would say probably one of the other things that I wanted to bring to the attention is the Nordhoff HVAC replacement for CF in the locker rooms. That was planned for this summer. We were going to push it to next summer. Once we started getting into what we needed to do mechanically, it was going to have to go to DSA, and our maintenance team actually has a strong desire to get away from the split system units and go to packaging units now. And since we're going to DSA, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. It makes their life a whole lot easier. So.
Any other questions on 10.2? Moving on to 10.3, skate park shade structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
This is a request from the city to have permission to put in a shade structure over the skate park. It does get very warm on there, and you can imagine in the summer you're on concrete all the time for many, many hours. And so a shade structure would provide some additional safety and comfort for our skaters and scooters and bike riders and all the people who use it. The city would pay for it. They have a line item specific to improvements in the skate park. One of the things that we have asked the city is we have some security issues with sometimes folks who come over the wall, there's a low brick wall between our property, it's all our property, but between our main district office and the skate park. That's easy to jump over if you were to go look at it right now. In fact, there's graffiti on one side of it. And so we find that that's kind of an access point to our property. Sometimes we'll come here and see people on the roof or people all over the place. And so we'd like to ask that they also increase the height of that particular fence just in that one area to provide some additional security.
Is it because they can access because the fence is the same over by the bus? Are you talking about the whole fence or just in that area because they can climb on the wall?
I'm going to ask David. David Rogers was going to talk a little bit about this. Are you there, David? Okay.
I am here. Yeah, it's actually very apparent if you go walk over and look. The cinder block wall, it's pretty tall on our side, but because of the bathroom there has been built up with another curb on top, it's only maybe 5 feet tall. And there's a bunch of stuff along the wall, conduits, power boxes that you can just step on and get right over. So it's a really easy access path. In fact, I'm often leaving at 6 o'clock at night and the gate's open and they're jumping over that fence instead of walking through the open gate. So it kind of has become an issue, and we're seeing kids kind of go up there and hop on the roof, and it's just an unsafe condition. So.
Then 5 feet now, is that how tall it is there?
Yeah.
And how tall are we asking?
We walked it today, and we're hoping to bring it up to the level of the fence that's next to it. There's a black fence that's next to the cinder block wall. So I think all in all, it'd be about 8 feet total, which would be about 7 on the other side. We're not 100% sure exactly what the fence will look like, but we're interested in figuring something out that will deter people from climbing that specific spot.
So this is being recommended as sort of a contingent approval. Do we have some indication that the city is like not willing to consider?
No, I think, David, did you walked it today with the city? And I
Yes,
spoke.
today with Denise, is the head manager or maintenance manager. Of course, everyone's got to get approvals, right? You got to run up the flagpole, as we say, but it sounded promising. Yeah.
So, okay, you kind of cut out, but so there's no resistance on their part as far as we know.
As far as we know, so we would
Yeah.
just recommend approval of the skate park contingent on also raising that one section of fence, which I think they can do internally with their own folks instead of kind of bidding it out like you would.
Only point is, I think it is a great idea. As you point out, triple digit heat and cement don't really go together well. I would hate to see the kids being deprived of that if we cannot come to terms over the fence. So if it looks like we're gonna come to, then I'm comfortable with this.
I have concerns about shade sails that get leaves on them and aren't cleaned off, and then they start sagging, and then I feel like to approve it, we would have to approve of like a maintenance plan that someone's making sure it's cleaned off, that they don't just build a structure and then walk away from it. So if the shades rip or if people throw stuff on top of it, who's gonna be responsible for that?
So I think this would look like an amendment to our current skate park agreement with the city. We've had a couple of amendments, so we could have pending approval. There's a time sensitivity to this on their end. They have some funds available, and so, but we could work that maintenance into the MOU around this.
Who's responsible for maintenance for the skate park generally?
The city. Which is part of why the fence is an issue, because we're currently incurring costs to remove graffiti, things like that on our property from the skate park
It wasn't supposed to be a
participants.
liability.
Right, and so we're hoping to be able to mitigate some of those costs that we're currently incurring.
So if this is an action item, but it doesn't list those things, those concerns. So how do we take action on it when it's I mean, it's not really a resolution.
Do you think we would be giving approval for
Staff to.
staff to negotiate a contract with our concerns in it, right? Like,
I'm comfortable with that. I'm not just comfortable. Several governing board approve the shade structure pending improvements to the fence. I think pending, confirmation that the shade sale is counted in their maintenance requirements and then we're talking about the fence. So I guess, Kevin, any questions about it?
No.
So if I'll make that motion that I'm not approving the shade structure, but I'm approving the district discussing it with those concerns in mind and assuming that those are addressed, then approving it. So, yes.
I second.
All those, now, are we supposed to be looking at those colors and making a choice? No, okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Moving on to 10.4, which is the tennis courts. I have a guest speaker first, sorry. Not guest speaker, sorry, a public comment. 10.4, Darius Lang on tennis courts. Nope, you didn't
Probably
mean
the
that?
wrong item, but can I just stand up when I hear my item?
Yeah, just wave at me. Okay, go ahead, Adam.
So this is just the approval of the architectural services from PGHM to start designing the new tennis courts out back at Nordoff. 6 courts, so we can hold CIF matches. Obviously, we all know that the current courts are in rough shape. And to repair them, we got a bid of $75,000 for Nordoff, and I think $25,000 for Tillahaw, with the caveat that the cracks will come back immediately because they're just that old. So.
And that's per court?
That was per, no, that was.
Per site.
Per site, yes. So yeah, we reached out to PGHM right away because we're obviously already working with them on the pool. They have a lot of experience in athletic facilities, which is one of the reasons obviously that they are in the architectural pool.
My only question is, where are we in terms of bidding? You know, I just look at money. I think $100,000 to design a tennis court seems like a lot of money because it doesn't seem like a tennis court would require a lot of design. It seems like you can tell your concrete guy, we want
telling me.
tennis courts.
I hear you. But no, when we put the projects out, like when we did the pool, for instance, PGHM and LPA, we do go out to bid to the architectural pools that we've previously approved. The 9, I think there are. We go out to 2 or 3 that we know specialize in these items. So we went to PGHM and LPA as well again, and PGHM was slightly cheaper, not much, plus or minus a little bit, just like the pool. But we work well with them. They're a smaller firm. They seem to fit Ojai a little bit better in terms of just kind of their firm demographics and attention to detail, I guess, more than anything.
But I guess the question is, why do we need
Why?
someone to design tennis
Well,
courts?
one, it's got to go through DSA first of all, so we're going to need a whole set of construction plans anyways. And being that we're putting the tennis courts out back per the master plan, we have to do a full access and fire life safety review anyways. And this includes structural engineering, civil, and everything. It's part of their.
And dirt or something, right?
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, civil, structural, and landscape architect.
Is there an alternative where you could go to just an engineer and get plans, or you really have to have an architect that kind of incorporates all that?
We could piece it together, but I think that's where stuff gets missed. And at the end of the day, an architect has to sign off on it anyways. So
tell them we want them square.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it was one of those things. It's every time these bids come back from the architects, Alan and I do the same thing, kind of fall out of our chair, catch our breath, and then go back and forth with everybody for a little while. So
You went in the wrong career.
that's what Alan and I always say, honestly. Should have been an architect, but yeah. Any other questions about the project or anything like that?
I have a concern about the neighbors that we're hearing from in regards to where these codes are being placed and what things are happening, that it is going to change the campus and therefore how neighbors experience it. So I'm hopeful that we're reaching out to neighbors, and you know, I know this is the plan and this is what we're going to do, but if there's any issues with that or things that we can mitigate to have happy neighbors, I think is really important.
Yeah, I've had one neighbor reach out to me directly when we spoke about it. You know, from my previous life at the inn, and he reached out to me to just kind of pick my brain about it, and you know, not totally comfortable with it, of course, but it's also it's the best use of space. Plus, depending on where the pool goes, it just kind of makes the most sense. Not to mention, we do need 6 courts, even as we know. You know, the community can use it, the OHI can use it, that's for sure. But you know, our courts are terrible shape. So.
Well, speaking of that, you know, I guess to even make it worse, I mean, have we considered lights for the courts?
I'm just gonna say that.
We have, yes.
And that's a non-starter, or?
No, the lights are still just in discussion.
This is the very first planning step, right? So we would be bringing back to you some further considerations.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that is good news about lights is that they have increased tremendously over the last 5 years. And so there's,
Improved.
Yeah.
So
So
increased.
Oh, improved. Yes, they've improved tremendously. So the light pollution is a lot less. So even when we replace the stadium lights, eventually there will be less light pollution than there currently is, because we'll have these new LED.
The new Musco
focus.
LED
Yeah.
systems, they are pricey, but across the board, everybody says Musco's the best. I'm sure, you know, Dennis from the Plug Design Connection, so it's that you don't get a lot of spill out, you know, and they can tell you literally, you know, down to the foot where the light's going to stop, as opposed to, like you said, like Nordhoff right now. If there's a football game, you can see the colors. So some of that will be mitigated for sure as well. But lights are in the discussion, yes.
I would love to see lights, but I have to say, I mean, we went through that and went through city planning, and they're very different. They're this, they're down, and they can give you the lumens per, you know, whatever. You know, and also, you know, guaranteeing that they're off. I mean, it's not like baseball lights. It's not like football and baseball lights where you have to light the sky in football and baseball. You don't need to do that.
Just a community asset where people can be out being active. You know, the Matilaha courts are awesome, and this could be just another example of the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when I say courts, I meant the basketball courts. Not that I'm against tennis courts. Right. Do we have plans for the tennis courts at Matilaha at this point?
Not currently, no.
We triage them with that 25 grand or whatever.
We triaged them in-house, which was quick job. So
like to hear that.
It was a band-aid for sure.
I move to, okay, Rebecca has a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. That passes 5-0. 10.5, Nordhoff High School utility mapping. Makes pretty much sense. We know what happened at Matilaha with the cafeteria. Does anyone want to discuss it, or shall we just vote?
Questions about it? I will say, first bid we got was 80,000, and this was 50, just under 50 or so. And we went out to one of our new architects that's actually working on the foyer in Matilaha, and he gave us these 2 companies that these are hands down the best. So when we're done, we will have a set of CAD drawings with the depths of everything that we can actually turn over David with the operation team to.
Wow, that'd be great.
And I just hope that
have longevity and that we leave those plans here, so no other board has to do this again?
Yeah, so all of our plans have been digitized and put in SkySite now over the years. And we have all of the old as-built as well, but stuff's moved, as you can imagine, over the years. So these though will go in SkySite as well.
So I'll move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. That passes 5-0. Nordhoff Aquatic Center. Is this the one you talked about? No? Okay. Oh, okay. 10.6, I do have multiple, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have multiple. Anyway, I'll just start going through our public comment speakers. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Jeffrey Starkweather. Followed by Darius Lang. Oh, no. Are you speaking on this one? Okay.
Good evening again. I'm glad to see this as an information item because I do think we have spent, so I have read 35 million already on the previous bond, and now we got 45 million left. This was sold to the people to improve the education of the schools.
To clarify, it's an action item.
Oh, it is an action. I thought it was an information item. Well, if it's an action item, I don't think we should take any action. It says information.
Information on the first thing. but it says
1.6, it says action.
The cover sheet says action.
But on the.
Yeah.
But the cover sheet says action.
Great, so it's not action.
Well,
It's conflicting. The cover sheet says an action item and the agenda says an information item.
yes, but it's intended to be an action item.
So what is it? So it makes a difference what I say.
So what is it?
It's intended to be an
It's
action.
intended to be an action item. That was just a mistake on the cover sheet or on the cover sheet that has all the description of the item is an action item.
Assume it's an action item.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready to proceed. Yeah, it's just, it's good to know that because that makes a difference what I say. I believe that a pool, I'm not against having a pool. I know it was put out there as a potential item in the bond referendum, although the main argument of the bond referendum was it was going to improve the education for our kids. And I do have a study I'm going to provide you. I did a lot of research during that time and found that most research shows that physical facilities do not improve education, student performance. There are some exceptions, lighting in a room, air conditioning, clean bathrooms, but most don't. But the second aspect, I think, relevant, because we do, as someone said, our problem is our declining ADA. We need to attract students. So that's one of my questions. What's the argument that this would attract students? If there's nothing, and if it would. Second is, I think before you decide which of these models, where you're going to put it, there needs to be a community forum where people actually see this and give input. I mean, this would be a normal process of anything of this kind of expenditure. You would invite people in, show them what it's going to look like, tell them about it, and get people's feedback. I think also what has really been missing is where is the strategic plan for how we're going to spend all this money, this bond money? Where is the connection between the money we're going to spend and improving education? I'd like to see how that's addressed to the public. The other question I have about operating expenses, you have utilities there, but I assume there's a lot more operating expenses than that. And I think that's important to have that out there because the citizens need to know what we're talking. I guess my another question is this just for the school or is it going to be a public aquatic center at certain times? It seems like you need to probably get the city in with you and make a recommendation. I always thought that that's what we intended, was to, have a public school, which we don't have. I think that's my main concerns. I would like to not take action and let people have a chance to have input on this and to answer some of these questions. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Harris, and then he'll be followed by Mark Whitman.
All right, I'd like a second what Jeffrey had mentioned about waiting. I think that it's important to have the pool committee accessible to the public to perhaps offer some opposing views to the plan. I was looking for minutes for the pool committee of long-term expenditures. I think that the contract said after 2 years, then what? How much does it cost to run the pool and the maintenance and the upkeep and insurance? And, you know, does that all come out of the bond money? That type of stuff. I really think the district needs to focus on providing minutes for the community so they don't feel like everything's a surprise. Right? Like, how do I look of how we got to these 3 plans? And there's nothing that I can see on the website or available to me as a citizen that shows me that. And that was one of a future agenda item that I requested earlier. So I would suggest holding off on approving anything at this point and have maybe a public meeting on the weekend with the pool committee so we can all talk about it.
Thank you, Mark Whitman, and that's followed by Bill Miley.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the public. Good to be here. I think it's kind of surreal to be talking about this new pool after so many years of thinking about it. I swam in that old pool 50 years ago, and there's been many generations using that old pool. We've been talking about this new pool with previous committees, a community pool somewhere here in Ojai, but I think this is our best and only shot of getting a pool for generations to come. And I also, I politic for the bond measure, which is now funding the pool. And so it was a premise that the pool, the bond would pay for the pool. I think that's a given in my mind. But the only question, I think, is the size of it. And so we have before you 30 meters and 50 meters. The 30-meter pool, I think, will suffice.
35 meter, just
35 meters. It will suffice perfectly for the NORDOF program and the NORDOF students. But to get to really have a full-fledged aquatic program, which I think this will attract, we need in order to have multiple programs happening at the same time. That high school swimmers, with the age group swimmers, the water polo, and everything, and you could have a really robust aquatic program, which is kind of happening right now down at the athletic club. People can't afford that, but there's a really amazing swim program going right now. I think it could expand exponentially with this swim pool, and that will attract, I think, people from all over to come to come to Ojai and swim, with the Ojai swimmers and increase enrollment. I think that's your goal here. But I think it'd be a big it would be a shame to miss this opportunity to go for the 50-meter pool. And I think a 50-meter pool, but you could have like a little shallow end bump out on that design for beginner swimmers. And for recreation, we'll kind of use it. But I think it'd be a shame not to. It seems expensive now. I know it's how millions and millions of dollars. Or they built the Kimball pool down in Ventura 20 years ago for 10 million. We kind of dropped our jaws at that. And so things are getting more and more expensive. 20 years from now, we'll say, oh, well, that was such a deal, spending the money on that pool. We're so glad we did it. And so I don't think we should be short-sighted here. I think we should think about the future of Ojai and what it could become.
Bill Miley, followed by William Wyrick.
Good evening, Bill Miley. A couple of points. I would like to support Mark in the issue of getting the pool built now in the future. I think that's really important. I'm assuming that the pool that's there now is not very good. Right? The second thing is the issue of water allocations. I would assume that the water allocation you have for the pool now, that's historically, will be transferred to the new pool. The new pool will be a lot bigger. And you may know that Casitas has established an annual new water allocation of only 10 acre feet. So you have lots about how you're going to fill it. In today's drought situation, and the fishermen we got land you have to worry about. It is an issue that needs to be addressed. And I support what you're doing with it. Oh, is there going to be a diving end? I didn't see one.
No diving pool?
There will be a diving.
No diving pool?
Not a diving pool, there's a.
There'll be a 12-foot depth
What are they
for
afraid of insurance?
diving instruction.
No insurance.
Don't worry about insurance.
Let's run and hide.
Well, okay. I think there's.
Jim Wyrick, followed by Larry, I think it says Stenla.
Should I wait for that?
You wouldn't know it looking at me now, but I used to be a competitive swimmer. Believe it or not. It was pretty good in my day. Also, my capacity as the Vice President for Business Affairs at a university for more than a decade, I rebuilt 2 natatoriums. This is not a natatorium, but it's still, the point I'm making is relevant. I think this board needs to consider that to do this project right, it probably has to be done in some form of community partnership. Your next item talks about your fiscal stress that you're under. I have yet to see a pro forma of the operating costs, and believe me, I know about what it takes to set budget aside for proper care and maintenance of a swimming facility, of a pool. It's not hard to find on the internet. I found one for Las Cruces in 2018 for a 50-meter pool, estimating annual operational costs of $640,000, $641,000. Far more than the utility costs. You have to have a sinking fund for capital and maintenance repairs. Then you have your labor costs, you have your rebuilding costs that the nature of the type of capital investment you're talking about. You've heard some, and I would agree with you, if you want to do it right, 50-meter is doing it right. I don't see how the capacity of the school district is there to properly operate and maintain without community partnership. I have yet to see a pro forma of the operating costs and an analysis of how this is going to be done within the operating budget, or however things are handled in terms of the ongoing permanent care and feeding of this type of facility. I'm very aware of this kind of thing because, again, I rebuilt 2 of these things. And they need a lot of care and feeding. And so I would urge you to please look at the right design and look at and reach out to possible community partnerships, including the city, for how, once it's built, it's taken care of right. Please get a proper budget forecast for taking care of this thing when you build it. After you build it, it's after you build it that's the problem, not building it, believe me. Thank you.
Larry? And I think, is that the last comment on the pool? Was there's someone here who, they put chaparral as the topic, but I'm not sure. That's not this item. You're talking about district office property. Okay, thank you.
It's part and parcel.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Larry Steingold, 601 Pleasant Avenue, Ohio. We've been a resident here for 5 years. Coming from Rhode Island, I grew up in Florida. Swimming pools are a wonderful thing. We had a town pool in Cranston, Rhode Island. It's a wonderful thing. You need time. You need some time, because Mr. Wyrick was talking about expenses. It's not the cost of building anything. Building is easy. Buying is easy. It's maintaining. It's finding people. It's having the safety people. It's having the rescue people. It's having the water, the guy to service it, the cleaners, the service people, the maintenance, the locker rooms, the whole 9 yards. Get the town involved, get them to contribute at a discount so that city residents can go at a discount. All right, that works, right? Right? You want other monies to come in to help carry the freight because you guys are carrying the whole thing, in which case, why not get other communities to get involved? It's a community pool. You say it's going to help education. Well, quite honestly, the high school, the school rates, what, 50% on all the records and all the things from the town? How does this help education? You need to concentrate on education. The pool is great. Teach kids to swim. It's wonderful, so they don't drown. Fine, but they need to do math and English and everything else. Maybe teach financial literacy at the same time. You got to swim. We're going to teach you how to balance the books. But the idea of city community involvement is important. We need the pool. I mean, I have no idea about the other pool. I have no idea what the problems are. Is it falling apart? Is it going to cost 15 million to renovate? Is it too small? I don't have a clue. I don't know anything about it. So ignorance is bliss at my point. So I can say whatever I want. But the idea is we need something for community involvement and get the city involved. Otherwise, you guys are carrying the freight. And I don't think that would make a whole lot of sense. Thank you.
Okay, that's our public comments. So
Yes, I will introduce this item. So as you heard, we have, this was part of our Measure K proposal to have a big pool. A huge part is to have a pool with community access. We have had 2 pool committee meetings. The pool committee was not designed to usurp the authority of this board. This board is ultimately the final decision-making authority. The pool committee was designed to provide input into the process and the plan which we bring to you for approval. This is part 1 of multiple parts of this project approval. This is really just 2 key decision points that we need, which is where is the pool going to go and what size do we want so that we can continue with the architectural design process, which Dennis will talk to you.
I'm gonna pause right there. So this was not a board assigned, board approved committee?
No, this
would
was
take
just an
public
ad hoc.
minutes?
No, this was an ad hoc committee. And in fact, we initially presented a 30-meter pool to the committee, and the committee said, absolutely not. We have to have 35-meter based on the programming needs. And so what you have tonight before you is a 35-meter recommendation. There is no recommendation for 30-meter pool because when we met with them, that wasn't going to fit the needs of all the people who discussed. We have with us tonight Coach Jermaine Britton, who can talk to you about some of the programming needs if we want. We have Principal Dave Munson as well, and we have our Dennis from Aquatic Design. But I did want to share that we also have been assuming from the beginning a partnership with the YMCA. So the YMCA works on, like, that's what they do. They run pools, they run community swim programs, they run pool projects throughout the entire country. And they've been looking to expand into Ojai. And so we have, I think, 3 representatives, at least from the YMCA. And we've met with them separately outside of the pool committee to talk about what are the needs that they would need if they were to run some of the community access portion of the pool. So that is, in fact, a partnership that we're looking at. We've talked to them about what that might look like. It's not finalized. We have to go through the entire process before we bring anything to you, but that's the idea. And they are in from the very beginning because that is what they do. They are really the pool experts on that learn to swim community access kind of piece. So we've taken into account input from the community into the committee. We've taken into account the programming needs and made some recommendations and changes. And so what you have for tonight is these 2 decision points, and then there will be many things that come back to you in the long run. We have had some issues with trying to identify our current costs because our current pool is leaking and we do not currently code our maintenance and operation costs specifically to the pool. So we have maintenance and operations that happen with the pool, but it's not coded. So we've had to do a lot of work to try and tease that out. Our estimates are right now that we spend about $75,000 a year on pool maintenance, give or take.
Is that done internally with our own people?
Yeah, it's all done internally, but the good news is that when we fix the pool, we will actually use much less water than we're currently using in its kind of seepage and leaking state. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dennis from Aquatic Design, who will give you a presentation on those two items based on the input that we've had and where we would like to have some input tonight. Pull it up.
Well, good evening, honorable board, school staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you here this evening. I also appreciate the comments. There were some really point-on comments about aquatics that I think are really important for us to discuss here and as we go down the road moving forward with an aquatic center. If we can go to the next slide, please. Again, I'm Dennis Berkshire, Design Group. My firm, Aquatic Design Group, is an architectural engineering firm that specializes in public schools and recreational water. My time up?
No, sorry.
We were founded in 1984, and in my office, we feature architecture, civil, mechanical engineering, all specializing in recreational water facilities. Now, we've got over 20 years average experience with the principals involved, and we're a consultant to PJHM Architecture. Unfortunately, Tom had another commitment, so he couldn't be here this evening to share the podium with me. And if you know Tom, probably would take over. However, we've done dozens of aquatic center projects, specifically DSA projects with PJHM over the years. And we've done more than 3,000 public sector projects here in the United States alone. Next slide, please. Our projects include this, which was the Olympic trials for Long Beach, where we had twin 50-meter pools. This was an interesting project where we had temporary pools that were built on the Long Beach Convention Center parking lot. They had 2 months to get this all built. The Long Beach Grand Prix people came in, built the scaffolding so we could have 10,000 spectators watch, the TV cameras, everything. They used it for 7 weeks, and then they had a month to tear it down so they could get the parking lot back. Here you can see in Las Vegas where we do a lot of resort work. So this was the Venetian where we did all of the water, for example, in the Venetian Resort. And one more click. You can see our high school pools. And Aquatic Design Group, we've done more than 250 public high school pools here in California since we were founded in 1984 as well. And so this is really a lion's share of what we do here in California. Our firm, we've done projects now in 42 states and 24 countries. In terms of competitive pool venues, 50-meter pool venues. At Aquatic Design Group, we've had 11 world records, 26 American records, 39 US Open records, and 21 Olympic trial records set in pools that we've designed. Now, if you really want to know the real key about getting a fast pool, a good competitive pool, get a fast swimmer. If you can get Michael Phelps to swim in the pool, then it makes us look good. But in the USA Swimming National Championships, 6 of the last 10 years have been in California. And 5 of those 6 years were all in, again, facilities that we've designed. And we want to talk about that facility so that it's not just the pool, but the entire facility and how that supports what we're trying to do in the programming here for the community. Next slide, please. So when we start this, I mean, we've heard some comments about the 30-meter pool, the 35-meter pool, the 50-meter pool. Let me start by saying, our original founder, Randy, fortunately passed away. His favorite saying was 50-meter pool a week. That's all we love. We love doing 50-meter pools. The question is that the right pool for this application? And we're going to talk about the implications of it in terms of what it uses up on the site, how it does or does not support programming. We've already heard comments about the fact that, swimming pool, aquatic centers, as we double the water surface area, the construction cost typically doubles as well. It's very linear to that water surface area. And just, or perhaps more importantly, as was pointed out previously, the operating expenses, the utility expenses are over 95% predicated on surface area of water. So if we increase the water by 45%, we're going to increase those annual utilities by 45%. And sometimes that doesn't seem like common sense, but when you stop and break it down, what are our costs? Heating the pool. And what is the biggest heat loss in a swimming pool? Evaporation. It's surface area. As the convection, radiation, conduction, and evaporation losses of that pool, that's all surface area related to that pool. When we look at the pumping of it, the filtering of it, the amount of dirt, the chemicals, again, that's all based on that surface area of water. So while we love doing 50-meter pools, which is why we originally came in talking about a 30-meter pool, saying that's the current California standard for the minimum high school pool to meet modern high school programs. And we heard real quickly from the committee that that was not going to be adequate in terms of what we are going to need for this community. And I'll explain why here in just a moment. So as we start to break this down, we looked at it and said, if we could go back, before we get into what this pool is, what we really want to do is break down the programs. And if we can understand the programs, what and how this pool is going to be used, we can then really start to understand what the built environment is going to need to be to support that. And then this really becomes a matter of what must we have, what could we have, what should we have, and start to categorize these things and categorize our decisions based on that in terms of what's really going to serve our community for the next 30 years. So when we take a look at this, we talk about competitive swimming, and when we talk about swimming programming, we're going to talk about swim meets, what's needed to support swim meets, and then our practices for the teams. Do we have men's, women's, varsity, JV, how many swimmers? And we're going to get into that here in just a moment. We look at water polo and say it's a water polo program. It's a matter of water polo games, matches, but it's also going to be what do we need to support our practice again for our teams. Physical education, swimming is part of California Ed Code that we're supposed to be teaching our students water safety and hopefully how to swim. So what is that going to need in that program? And here's where we really start to see some rubs in high school pools, where the very first question we asked to our committee groups was, how many students in a PE class would show up to use this pool? Is it one class, two classes? Oftentimes we'll hear of up to two classes, up to 45 students per class, so maybe up to 90 students that want to use this pool. And then the question becomes, in our community, what percentage of those students can't swim, aren't water safe? So what percentage could use all the deep competitive water that we're using for competitive swimming and water polo? And what percentage of those students have to be down at the shallow end? And that was one of the driving factors for our 35-meter pool that we're going to talk about here in a moment. The local swim team uses that we've heard about here. And again, how can they use this in conjunction with our students and our programming? And then other community uses, learn to swim. And then, as was mentioned, the YMCA, that we've had a meeting with them to talk to them about their programming. We're not getting into all of the programming costs, and we haven't done that breakdown with the YMCA. But what I can tell you is, on average, in California, if we look at a city public pool that's open to community uses and stuff, typically we'll look at the expenses that we showed in utilities. And that normally represents somewhere around 17 to 20% of the annual operating expense for an average city pool. And then we can come in, when we look at it, almost 65% of the operating expenses are staffing labor. So when we look at full-time and benefits and our part-time, and that's going to be aquatic directors and lifeguards and all of these things, that's what makes up a city pool when we look at how these things operate. And when we take a look at, and with that said, what we do know is, as a 50-meter pool in California, on average, in a city application, that 50-meter pool will normally generate somewhere in the neighborhood of $400,000 to $600,000 in potential revenue in many communities, and have expenses of $1 million to 1.2, meaning that we have to subsidize that 50-meter pool at a city level, normally on average $500,000, $600,000 per year to operate it. Now, what does change is when we take a pool and say it's going to operate under a school. Now we don't necessarily have all of this staff that we're doing to run all the different programs. And again, realize that staffing was at 65% of the expenses. So we take a look at this and say, for example, we just completed a study for San Diego Unified School District down in San Diego County. And there we showed that with the utility cost and we add in the staffing labor, it was talked about. And one of the nice things of staff labor to an aquatic center is oftentimes we'll see schools assign 4 hours of labor to a pool. And that doesn't change drastically whether that's a 35-meter pool or a 50-meter pool. You know, they have a robotic cleaner that can clean, they're cleaning strainer baskets. There's still one basket regardless of the size of the pool. So normally we look at that operating labor saying it's about 4 hours per day, work day is what we normally see schools assign, and that staffing labor towards that expense. And so with that said, we started looking at a pool at San Diego saying if you run it as a high school pool with that labor expense, our utilities, and then the repair of materials and some other sundry items, you know, that's where we looked at it and said, this is going to cost the district somewhere in the neighborhood of about $200,000. Now, what do we generate from the swim teams, from the YMCA participation? And in the case of San Diego, they found that then netted them out at about a $65,000 to $85,000 estimated subsidy to operate the pool. However, if we took that same pool and said, let's make it a city pool, and now we have all of this staff, you know, they may have 30 or 40 lifeguards. For example, California Health and Safety Code says that a public swimming pool must provide lifeguards if it charges a fee to use the pool. So we start talking about PE where we would have our teachers and is the PE teacher going to be a lifeguard? Is that going to be the person that can do the safety? And we don't have that same staffing level. If we have the community swim teams come out to use the pool as a high school pool, they often are going to be charged with having their own lifeguards, their own safety as part of that, and that doesn't become a district expense. However, if it's a city and we're charging a direct fee, by code, we now have to have professional lifeguards on staff anytime that pool is open for use. So these are all things that start to really affect how this pool is going to operate and what the expenses truly are going to be to the district. Next slide, please. So with that understanding of these programs of swimming, of water polo, of PE, of swim team, and again, that can be water polo team, swim team, master swim, triathlon training. Some communities, we've got artistic swimming, what we used to call synchronized swimming. All of these are programs that we start talking about. How do they fit into the pool? And when we look at that, then we're going to start talking about, all right, so how does that affect and what does the pool size need to be to support this? What does the water depth need to be to support this? We talked about the PE needing some shallow water, for example. Learn to swim wants shallow water. Aqua aerobics wants shallow water. But to be safe for diving in from a racing platform, the water needs to be at least 7 feet deep. And unless you're 8 feet tall, you're treading water in that depth of water level. Water polo, same thing, wants at least 2 meters, 6.7 feet, round that up to the 7-foot depth. So all the competitive venues want that deep water. We're going to talk about the gutter configuration and how the pool articulates to the deck itself and how people can get in and out of it. What are requirements for the deck area? And that's going to be spectators during meets and matches for the staff that's operating that. Shade requirements. And that also rolls over into the outdoor storage spaces that we're going to need for lifeguard chairs or pool cover reels or lane line reels, all of that type of equipment. And then our indoor storage spaces and ancillary buildings. We'll get into. Next, please. So here's an example of a typical high school pools that can either be on the left, what we call a cantilever deck, where the deck is cantilevers over the top of the perimeter gutter for water surface collection. That means that deck is going to be 1 foot higher than the top of the water in the pool itself. Compared to on the right, what we call a deck level rim flow gutter, where the water is flush with the top of the deck. And in our committee meetings, we had the conversations and it was decided then that between the coaches and the 2 committee meetings we had, that the preference was to go to the cantilever gutter on the left-hand side.
Can you explain why?
Sure. On a cantilever gutter, first of all, from a swimmer swimming, having depth perception that there's something above water is a benefit. In the rim flow gutter, I'm going to show you a picture in the next slide. It's a more attractive pool, but you don't have anything above water level. In water polo, for example, the balls come skipping across the water. So on the left, I've got a 1 foot ledge to help keep those in the pool. On the one on the right, we don't.
Does it also help with water evaporation?
You know, that's a great question because it actually does, and most people wouldn't think of that. And the reason it does is because it cuts down on the wind across the surface of the pool. On the right-hand side, because the water's above the deck, the wind blows right across, which increases our evaporative loss. On the left-hand side, the water's depressed in a pocket, which creates a pressure pocket, and all the subsequent wind then goes over that water. So it lessens our heating expenses and lessens our evaporation. So for those reasons, that was where the decision was that for the high school pool, everybody really thought the cantilever was probably the better option. And I would tell you in a high school pool here in California, 95% of them choose that configuration as compared to the deck level rim flow. And here's some pictures of the two. You can see on the left where that water is a foot below the top of the deck. Also, if it's cold and windy, a coach or a supervisor, a PE teacher can stand right at the plummet of the water and you're completely dry. On the right-hand side, the white grading is where the water is being collected. So if you want to stand up at the edge of the pool, your feet are wet. And again, these are some other examples, but I personally think the one on the right is more attractive.
Jermaine is nodding over here, yes.
So with that said, this is where we had looked at and said, that seems like a easy decision that most people are saying, let's go with the cantilever version. We go to the next slide. I'm going to walk over to the screen if that's all right. So what we had started with was that in high school programming, we need competitive swim, which swims 25 yards. And I'm going to go ahead and apologize because in our industry, we're really good. I'm going to be talking from meters to yards to feet to inches. And we've just never changed because it's job security. But so in a high school pool, 20 years ago, I would have been standing here saying we need a 25 meter, 25 yard pool. But then the idea of water polo came in. It's grown in popularity in California. And particularly if we want the floating goal configuration, now the 25 yards of the pool isn't long enough to support that for our water matches that's typically preferred. So if we come out and say we need the deep water from a water polo goal to a 25-yard water polo goal, we transition as quickly as the code allows to the shallow water of 4.6. And we put in the code minimum 10 feet of 4.5 to 3.5 feet of water. That's a 30-meter pool. And so that's what we came in and said, that's the minimum size pool today to provide and support floating water polo, our competitive swim, and that very minimal amount of water for PE. And that's where it was determined that 10 feet of shallow water at the end of the pool really isn't going to be sufficient. We really need to expand this out at least another 2 lanes, another 15 feet or so roughly. And that's why this pool grew from 30 meters to 35 meters, about 15 feet, to make sure we can accommodate the YMCA, that public use, the swim lessons, classes if we want to have them in this type of a pool. Now, the benefit to swimming is that from a swimming standpoint, all of this deep water that we needed to support water polo gives us an abundance of swim lanes for our teams to be able to practice and to swim. And so in this, when we take a look at a pool, if we want a high school swim meet, we need a minimum by CIF rules of 6 lanes. Now, it says it's preferred to have at least 6 lanes with 2 warm-up, cool-down lanes to support that swim meet. If we want to have a tri-meet, 3 teams or more, or a regional meet, then CIF says we really should have 8 lanes with 2 to 4 warm-up, cool-down lanes. And if we wanted to host a state championship meet, we need 10 lanes of deep water with, again, 2 to 4 warm-up, cool-down lanes to support that pool. And as it turns out, when you take a look at something like this, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lanes, are all shown in deep water here. So now we've got a pool that could support from swimming even up to a state championship meet, should we want to do that here. From a water polo, and then when we take a look at the number of lanes, we'll look at the number of swimmers we can support, and we document this in our next slide. From a water polo standpoint, we can support in this pool 25-yard or 25-meter floating water polo field of play. And for practices, we can now turn this sideways and say we can have 2 teams in deep water that can now practice simultaneously in this pool. Or we could have a water polo practice and others that are swimming simultaneously in this pool. Again, we get into the shallow water. We have walkout stairs that are required by California Health and Safety Code. And this pool would be provided with 2 means of ADA accessibility to meet the federal regulations. For any pool that's 300 perimeter feet or larger, which this is larger, we have to have 2 means of ADA access. And so an ADA lift gives us a primary, and then these transfer stairs with double handrails is our secondary means to be fully compliant. Next slide, please. And here's an example. This is one that was just recently built up in Sacramento. Granite Bay High School is a 35-meter by 25-yard pool. Next slide. So here we look at a 50-meter pool and say, now we can go to 50-meter pool, 50 meters of water. And while we get more lanes, and depending how we configure them, we can get up to 21, 22 lanes in a 50-meter pool. Now, a couple of things that happen here. One, there are 2 reasons we normally go to a 50-meter pool. One is we decide we want to support long course swimming. Long course swimming is done for international competition, but CIF is 25 yards. Even at the collegiate level, NC2A is 25 yards, except during long course season, where they'll switch to the 50-meter long swim lanes in terms of how they compete. So if we want to support 50-meter long course swimming, which again is not a high school event, we obviously have to have a 50-meter or larger pool. The other is that we come in and say, we need this many lanes to get the simultaneous programs that we heard talked about earlier, to say, I want 2 teams, I want 3 teams practicing in this water at one time. We really don't gain much in water polo in that we can turn it sideways, and while the pool would be long enough for me to get 3 teams, you can't coach the team in the middle unless we make this larger than 50 meters and actually put a movable bulkhead into this pool as well. And so then we start talking about, as a 50-meter pool, to do some of the programs. If I'm going to make a shallow end for PE, like we've just been talking about, this isn't a great long course pool. Thank you. Really, if we wanted it to be a high-end competition 50-meter pool, we would have to stretch this thing and put a movable bulkhead, and it has to get considerably larger to be able to serve those needs. Next slide, please. And here's an example of a 50-meter high school pool. You can see the stairs in the upper left corner where those walkout stairs are required by the health code now.
Those are specific to a 50?
Pardon, the stairs?
Yeah.
No, the stairs are required in any public pool. What happened is, on that 35-meter pool, we show the stairs off the end so we don't lose any of our short course lanes. But in a 50-meter pool, we don't want to lose the 8 lanes on the long course. So we actually lose a short course lane to those stairs off the side. And that's where we typically see them. We could expand that and get more shallow water. Somebody even mentioned that earlier, and that's something that can be done. Again, coming up with even larger pools. Next slide, please. So here's a breakdown or comparison of these. So again, if we look at the 35-meter pool to a 50-meter pool from length, 114.8 feet compared to 164 feet long. In terms of water surface area, the 8660 square feet compared to, with the stair, compared to a 50-meter pool, 12,350 square feet of water surface area. So in the, if we assume 8-foot wide swim lanes, which is what we typically use for high school, and we will get 14 lanes at the 35-meter pool, we'll get 21 lanes in the 50-meter pool. So we're gaining or giving up those 7 lanes by that type of a transition. If we assume up to 6 swimmers per lane to practice, and that's pretty common, at 4 to 6 max, the 35-meter pool can support 86 students or 86 swimmers practicing at one time. The 50-meter pool would support 123. So again, we get back to that 50. Do we need long course swimming, or do we need 123 swimmers in the pool at one time? If the answer is we need 120 swimmers, and I would stand here and say, we've got to have a 50-meter pool if that's what we need to support. When we take a look at the water polo, again, we've talked about the 25-yard and 25-meter water polos, the amount of shallow areas, we break it down, how that affects our mechanical room sizing, and then the expense to the project itself. The number of bathrooms that we have to support a pool by California code are predicated on surface area of water. We have to take the surface area of water, divide it by 15 to come up with the bathroom load. And then, for example, we have to have 1 shower for every 50 bathers, 1 women's toilet for every 60 women, and et cetera through that. So as the pool gets bigger, the bathrooms get bigger, the mechanical room gets bigger, the storage space gets bigger, the deck gets bigger, all along with this. And comparing the utility estimates alone, again, this isn't staff labor or anything. You can see that a 35-meter pool shows us about $125,000 per year in utilities and chemicals, compared to about $178,000 for that 50-meter pool. Yes, sir.
So when you say operating expense, you're talking utilities and chemicals. Are you talking maintenance and repairs as well?
This is just utilities that we're showing on this.
Can that be offset by solar?
Yeah.
Great question. So yes and no. The challenge we have with solar, and this does not assume solar, first of all. The challenge we have is with thermal solar, it's a challenge on how we operate our pools. And that is typically, CIF says that a high school swimming pool, water pool, has to operate at 78 to 82 degrees. Typically, we'll come into these pools and we'll have the coaches tell us we run it at 80 degrees. We like it at 81 degrees. Well, the problem is thermal solar will not be able to keep the pool heated on its own. So the first challenge we have with thermal solar is that to put solar on a pool like this, we generally need somewhere between 50% to 100% solar panel surface area to pool water surface area.
So I think we have a different question because we're installing solar and a microgrid on that site.
Yes.
Separate from the pool.
Okay.
So not thermal, solar.
You're talking photovoltaic.
Yes.
Electrical. The biggest expense in our utility expense is heating of the pool. And so that's where the electrical, while it will power our pump, really won't generate or drive our heating system unless we want to go to an all-electric heating system. And the very first one of those for an outdoor pool is being built for the city of Mountain View as we speak. They just broke ground a month ago. However, to go to an all-electric system versus a natural gas full boiler type system, it's an increase of over $750,000 of construction costs to the site. And unless we get free electricity, it's going to be more expensive per year on the electrical rates compared to the gas. Certainly is green, we get into the carbon issues and all of that, it's a benefit. But from a thermal solar, which is what we would normally use to give us our best return on investment for heating, the challenge becomes that we still have to put in gas heating if that's what we're using, because the thermal on a cloudy day at night doesn't give us any heat. And standard thermal systems don't store the energy. You pump the pool water up to these panels when they're hot and they get this free energy from the sun. That's a good thing. But because we have to have gas and thermal solar, we now have to change. There's a paradigm shift in the pool operation on heating. And that is, now we're going to say we're going to run the pool from 78 to 84 or 83. Anytime it gets below 83, turn on the thermal solar if there's energy to be had from the sun to heat it. To only turn on the natural gas when it gets down to 77.5, get it back to 78 and shut off to let the thermal solar do its work. Because if we run it the way you currently run your pool now at say 80 degrees, Soon as it gets to 79.5, the gas turns on thermal solar, but the gas overpowers it, and we never got the free energy we spent all our money to try to get.
Okay. We can move on from that. We're not talking about that, so.
Okay. Yes. And so with this, what we showed was by going from just square footage of size, from a 35-meter pool to a 50-meter pool, the construction cost, regardless of the site, is going to be about 45% more expensive to go to a 50-meter pool to that 35. And you're going to see the same thing in terms of those utilities and operating expenses. Next
Can I
slide.
ask a question that
Yes, sir.
this occurred to me first? We have on these slides prices, and the difference between 35 and 50 for example, option A is the difference between 13.7 million and 15.59. That's obviously not 45%.
That's because these are pool numbers only. This is not the building and the site. And what you see when we break it down are going to be the numbers when we put everything into the site itself. For example, if I go to a bigger pool and say the pool's more expensive, but my site stays the same, I now have less debt. And so we get to subtract that back out, and that's a benefit. In terms of this number here showing it, it's just the pool itself. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I'm sure I'll go on.
So we've taken a look at two sites on the campus. The first one that you see, option A here, is showing a 35-meter pool up by the stadium. We've got a breakdown of the large red rectangular building on the right. There's our locker room, team room, restroom, coach's office. The one perpendicular to that red building is the pool mechanical space. We're showing bleachers in the dark area right there where the cursor is. So that's bleachers with shade over the top. The white shows the official storage area for the deck, for pool covers and lane line reels, water polo bowls, things like that. And just behind that is the existing visitors bleachers. The estimate for this is a project on this site, and PGHM has done a breakdown of that, but it came out at right at $13.7 million for this configuration at this site. If we go to the next slide. Here we see on the same site, option A, same location, a 50-meter pool. Buildings get slightly bigger again because we need more bathrooms and more mechanical room. That's why this, between the pool and those building size changes, this then becomes a $15.6 million estimated.
The other was what, 13, what?
13.7 was the previous.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, so you're saying, I mean, this is obviously not a 45% difference. You're saying the difference that you pointed out was just for the pool itself?
Just the pool. And that, because again, what happens, like on a here's a perfect example that might help explain. If I look at a 35-meter pool, I would tell you I'm going to need about 1,000 square feet of mechanical space. I go to a 50-meter pool, it became 1,200 square feet. So it didn't grow by that same percentage, because I still have, I went from a 30 horsepower pump to a 40 horsepower pump, but the pump size to the building stayed the same.
Would you agree, generally speaking, for our purposes, that we can focus on the big numbers and not worry about?
Absolutely. Yeah. I would say so. Then we looked further, closer into the site itself. Well, first of all, let's go back to the option A. Some pros and cons that we had discussed with this was that in option A, we get a strong Mariposa highway presence. And from that, that's going to get us, it's decentralized from the campus. So it gets this pool out onto the edge of campus, which can be a benefit.
Can I just clarify that it's Maricopa?
Excuse me, what
Just
is
so
it?
that everybody
Maricopa.
knows, Maricopa, not Mariposa.
Thank you.
I was thinking Arizona.
I was gonna say, I just was looking my mom. Thank you for that. I apologize. It's less restrictive of a construction site compared to the next option that we looked at. It does allow us to get the pool in a north-south orientation, which particularly for water polo is a preferred orientation for the pool. It will have longer, more costly utility runs, And it's going to be a longer route for our PE students to trek out there, for a PE class to use. It's going to require more construction of expensive restroom facilities as compared to option B that we're going to show you here in just a minute. So one of the cons to this site location option. Go to the next slide, please. So here you can see we bring the pool back down more into the central part of the campus. Again, same 35-meter pool, same size buildings. Now to fit it to the site, we've got the bathhouse on the right-hand side of the pool mechanical space on the left-hand side. The charcoal area, again, is that bleacher shaded area for spectators. And then we've got our deck storage that's adjacent to that. You can see this is pretty close to the existing pool that we've got. And we've not laid anything over that existing pool simply because trying to get it to fit in sight for these size of pools and decks, they just don't fit to that existing pool, by the way, which is why we didn't do that. Now you can see this is a pool project that we're saying comes in at about 12.9 million. Compared to that 13.7 million for the same size pool up by closer to the stadium.
So I'm sorry, so are you saying, so right now the pool's here and you're saying it can't go the way the current pool is because of
The
size?
width of it becomes a problem for us right off the bat.
Width, okay.
Even if we turn it perpendicular, as you're pointing out, yeah.
And is there any mitigation for the east-west sun factor for water polo? There's nothing you can
There's
do
not,
about that.
unfortunately, there's nothing for us to really be able to do there. There are plenty of high school pools that are done this way because they have no choice. But if we had, options, we would prefer not to do that. And then if we compare the same site for the next slide, option B as a 50-meter pool. And again, same building configurations, everything that was shown before. Now this becomes a project of 14.76, just under $14.8 million as a project to do the pool at this site.
There appears to be 4 times as much water in that new pool than they have now.
Probably, yeah. It's not a big pool.
Current pool 7 lanes?
Yes.
25-meter, 7-lane pool.
I can do it real quick.
Oh, but you don't know how shallow it is.
I'm gonna take a stab at it. I think 3.5.
About 3.5.
11, so I'm gonna just assume a 7-foot average depth.
It's 10 feet.
45, 75, 3375 square feet. If it was an average depth of 7 feet, that's 23,620 cubic feet. Which then comes out to 176, so right at 180,000 gallons of water. I use those same assumptions in these two pools. A 35-meter pool would be 450,000 gallons, and a 50-meter pool would be 660,000 gallons of water.
And the current pool was what, 165-ish?
At 176 and change, so just under 180,000 for that one. And when we take a look at water consumption to these pools, for example, if we look at splash out, carry out, evaporation, use of water, use of a pool, it's generally somewhere between 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch of water per day. So assuming 1/4 of an inch of water per day, a worst case, a 35-meter pool then would use 1,350 gallons of water per day, compared to a 50-meter pool that would use 1,964 gallons per day. Or carry that out per year, that's 472,000 gallons for the 35-meter per year, compared to 688,000 gallons of water for a 50-meter pool per year.
That depends on the temperature. too.
I'm sorry, Bill,
Absolutely. Wind,
I'm
temperature.
gonna have to ask you to,
Sorry.
go ahead.
So this, again, the idea was to kind of give you a background of 35-meter. And by the way, we've done 37-meter, 38-meter, 40-meter, all sizes of pools, depending on how we come up with what we need to be able to meet our programs. From what we had heard at the 2 committee meetings that we had, by getting to the 35-meter pool, we were able to satisfy water polo, 25-yard, 25-meter, We could have the swim meets, have any configuration we wanted. We had this almost 90 students or 90 swimmers that could practice, whether that's 45 from a high school team and another team that's using it simultaneously, or we've got 2 or 3 teams using the pool simultaneously in those 14 lanes. And we had the adequate water that could satisfy YMCA for Learn to Swim, which is the single largest, I didn't mention this earlier, largest revenue generation for any public swimming pool or swim lessons. And so it meets our PE, it meets those. That's where this 35-meter pool came in and said, based on not what we minimum, but what we really should have should be at least a 35-meter pool. This meets our needs. And I think the real question then from some of the comments I heard as an example is, you know, could we justify going from that 35 to a 50 or even bigger if we really wanted to support long course swimming, not only just the capital costs, but again, understanding, you know, if we just take a look at the operating utilities alone and say, here's the delta for this, and over the next 30 years, that becomes several $1 million that the district's going to have to pay out. Is that prudent programming? With that, I'd open it up to any questions.
Just had one quick question.
This is a summary. Do you go to the next one, which was just, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't go to the summarizing option B. And in this case, the advantage of this option B is it's more cohesive to PE because it's bringing it down to where the other PE programs are occurring. This does give us the opportunity to use some of the existing restroom facilities, which is one of the reasons this was a less expensive option. California Health Code requires that bathrooms to support a swimming pool must be within 300 feet of a pool. And when we went out to the other one, they were too far, so we had to build the full contingents of showers and bathrooms, sinks and toilets and urinals, all of that. This is a shorter, more cost-effective utility run where we're going to get them from the site. It's less desirable in the layout of that east-west, but ultimately it's going to be, you know, $1 million on either option less to build it at that location if we're willing to make the sacrifice for that kind of layout to the facility, and or we don't have other uses on the campus that we say we would like to keep that saved for something in future master planning or something like that. And then the next slide is just a comparison of those kind of option comparisons that we've gone through just as to refer back to. So now I'm sorry, I'll open it up to questions or comments.
Yeah, just the evaporation thing is a little stunning, and I'm just wondering, you know, residential pools often use covers and other types of mitigation. Is any of that practical on a 35-meter pool?
So we are assuming in our energy cost that the pool does get covered when it's not in use. Now, those are tarps that have to get pulled on. And so one of the common questions is, you know, is in today's technology, are there automatic covers? And I said, yes, there are covers that you will automatically go out and have to drag across the pool. Unfortunately, the size and the weight, and to make them work in a commercial application outdoors, there's still a hand crank, you know, winder with these panels that are 15 feet wide, roughly by the 75 feet long, that we stretch out and put on the pool. But one thing to note about pool covers is that they're a liability as well. And that is from a drowning concern. You know, somebody jumps the fence or kids get out and start playing, how far can I run across the cover till I sink? If you get underneath the cover, that can be a drowning risk. So it's vitally important that if we have covers at a pool, anytime the pool's open for use, those covers, all of the covers must be off the pool. And we can't just uncover, unfortunately, half. It's probably 15 years ago, I think it was Gavilan College up north that had the women's water polo team show up first thing in the morning, and they would uncover half the pool. And then unfortunately, they had an incident where they left, came back, somebody got ready to move the cover and found a young woman deceased under the cover. So again, it does provide us, but we unfortunately don't get to utilize it as much because it's a good hour of labor to get that cover on and off, and you're not going to take it on and off a bunch of times in the day. So it usually comes off in the morning, and when you start programming, and stays off until we're done and put it back on.
Jermaine, you guys You guys have put on the cover, right?
How much is it?
We used to.
In the past, yeah, we had, yeah.
It's about $3 a square foot for that.
How many square feet per 50 meter?
I had a question about the pool cover and how much does it cost? And the response to that is that it's about $3 a square foot for the cover material plus the reels. And a 50-meter pool is 12,350 square feet. So you can see that's
It's 50 grand.
with reels and stuff, you're gonna be about $50,000 to $60,000.
How often
for
does
the
it?
cover.
Sorry,
Does it
this is a
We
board
can't have
meeting.
questions from the audience.
Why?
Because there's public comment for that, and then this is our time to be asking the questions.
How do you get new conversation and new comments into
I
a
don't
conversation?
We have to follow the Brown
Why?
Act. That's the law.
By law.
What kind of law is that?
The Brown
The Brown
You
Act.
put that law
I
in
mean,
effect.
almost every community has the public comments after the public presentation, so we can respond.
Oh, so we can respond to
You've got it
conversation.
like exactly the opposite. The
Go
city
ahead.
does
So
it,
is
every
there any
board
other
member
questions?
does it.
Can we have quiet, please?
No,
Are there
is the
any
Brown Act
questions
put
from the
in
board?
place by politicians who don't want conversation?
Kevin, do you have any
Public?
questions for the?
Yeah. Well, I don't have, I mean, I guess I don't know.
I thought it was
I
a
have
democracy.
comments.
We can interact, right? We pay taxes as laws, right?
It was not supposed to be an action.
Well, good news is that, I personally feel like, this is great information, but as I look at our parking lot, and I know we've had a lot of questions about what we're gonna do with the parking lot, and I think the traffic calming is still going on, and there's still open questions about how that's gonna work out on Maricopa Highway. I just don't feel like I feel like I'd be flipping a coin here, I just don't really feel like I have enough to make these decisions. Look at the east-west pool. I don't like going east-west. I agree. It could be a nightmare for athletes playing water polo particularly. And then, I just don't, I don't know. I just feel like this, my questions are, limited. I feel like I need to marinate on this a little, maybe hear from some more input. I particularly am interested in the idea of this partnership with the YMCA, but it also feels to me premature if we don't know if they have particular needs that we may learn about, or our other partners. We're making these, it seems big to me, this is a big deal. So that's my feeling is I'm not prepared to act on this tonight.
I have a question for you, my friend, back there. Our current pool is leaking.
It's dying.
It's dying.
It's been dying forever.
And
It's been dying since Doreen and I swam there.
The health department has said what about our pool?
There's various aspects that obviously need to be addressed. The decking is the biggest in the coping.
And how long have they given us to address it?
Well, they come out every year and just kind of nudging us along, knowing that we're moving towards a new pool.
Yeah, to add to that, in our discussions with environmental health, they've allowed it to continue to open. They consider it not compliant with current California health code. And they said, but they've not deemed it a public nuisance, and therefore they're going to allow it to continue with the understanding that it's getting resolved. The problem we have with trying to resolve the pool is that it doesn't support water polo, it's too shallow, so how much money would we want to spend into this thing? And we could easily, in trying to repair the leaks, the deck and finishes of the pool, that would be well over $1 million to put into it.
Yeah,
And so we
no,
look at it
I'm
and say,
not,
gosh,
I'm not interested. I
We made that decision.
very much understand the cost of repair, and it's like a Band-Aid for a little bit. And how old is our current pool?
1965-ish.
65, I think, 64, 65.
And they are estimated to last
25.
20, 30 years, right?
Yeah, about that. The biggest issue is the shell is probably still structurally sound.
Yeah.
But the piping, everything around it, it's not deep enough, it's not big enough. And so that's where it really becomes a non-starter.
What was the exact recommendations of the pool committee? What did they give us? Like, did they say they preferred the 35 meter over the 50 meter? Did they?
They gave
They
us
prefer
input
the
that
50.
we brought. There are some members of the committee that prefer a 50. But they give us input that we use to bring this presentation to you.
Okay.
Jermaine, do you mind if I ask you
Go
a
ahead,
couple of
Jermaine.
questions? I so appreciate you being here tonight to answer questions and knowing that you have experience at Villanova and at Nordoff. I'm curious about what the size of the pool at Villanova is and if there were issues with it being that size, if there's things that you would have changed.
There wasn't particular issues. Again, now seems long ago. It's actually sometimes painful when I have to go back to that pool after dealing with our pool. But competitively, as you know, one of the things I was very proud of that I know they don't do anymore was a swim invitational where we were able to host 14 different schools and even had schools that wanted to come in from Texas to come to Ojai to swim and participate in that. But yeah, the size of trying to run a championship meet, we had 0 home swim meets this year because of the way that our pool is. I can't, as a water polo coach, I can't get usually other teams to come play at our pool because of the way that it is.
But I believe Villanova's is 25 meter.
It's 25.
It's
yeah,
25
yards.
meters. So this smallest proposal is actually bigger than what Villanova has.
Yes.
Okay, and that was big enough to do all the things that you were doing.
Yes.
And my memory is that it's an east-west configuration, is that right? For water polo?
Yeah.
It's an east-west, isn't it? And I don't remember the sun being an issue, but I can't figure out why. I was hoping.
No, well, for one side, depending on the time of the game, the goalie, you're gonna be.
Okay, so it was because I
Blinded,
was in the
yeah.
bleachers that I thought that it was not. a problem.
No,
Got
no,
it.
you have somebody that might know
I,
looking
yeah,
directly into the sun.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And as the coach, what would like, if your input is super valuable to the board's decision?
Again, it's hard to think because this pool's been so horrific. Kind of for the past years, we've qualified for CIF since I've been there for our water polo teams and not got to host a single game. So I'm really sorry to say that almost anything that is functional for sports would be better. I have a career in swimming. I was at Ventura College. I was on a national championship swim team at Cal State Bakersfield. 50 meters is a pool where, you can't get anything more than that. That is the ultimate. However, 35 meter would fulfill all our needs. And I do feel that looking at the future, what I hope, and that's why I did that, even, I don't know if you'd call it a commercial, but that advertisement with my daughter, who's currently in 2nd grade, with the intent of believing that, hopefully someday she might be able to, as well as, Adam's children, as well as other children in this community could have a pool to be proud of and to perform it. And I know I've talked to Adam about this before. One of my biggest fears is, to decide and do something and then 20 years down the road, or even when my daughter's an adult, looking back and going, why did you do this? Why didn't you do this? And so, but I would say that 35 meters is I looking at it, that should be at least the minimum of what I would say. I'm looking at water polo tournaments, looking at swim invitational swim meets where you're not going to have a huge fund from that, but that can help cover some of the cost of the sports themselves. One thing that a lot of people don't consider is officiating. Officiating is becoming more expensive, and so to offset and being looking able to cover the cost of some of those things as well through programs like and through events. That's kind of part of it. But the one thing I would say about this current pool that I felt was in the last season for boys water polo, my goalie hopped into another pool and asked, does this pool have jets too? because coach, I'm moving this way. And that was when I came to the realization that this other pool didn't have jets. He had just been treading water so hard against the jets throughout every one of his practices that it offset his legs. Because I'm a fairly large human being, and me hopping in that pool, it moves me in a pretty swift fashion.
Right.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah, your input is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Before you go, the orientation seems to be a big deal. Right? I mean, aside from the proximity to Maricopa. And so talk to me about that. How big a deal? I mean, I'm not a swimmer, I drown. But I played baseball.
Well, not in our pool, on our current pool.
Oh, well, no.
Yeah, it'll push you to the shower.
Oh, cool. I've been in fields and whatever, and I've had the sign in my face. So, I mean, we're talking $1 million difference.
Yes.
Theoretically. How significant is that orientation issue?
Over the years, especially when you're playing, like I'm thinking of water polo tour, my whole hope is that we can host water polo tour. People want to come to Ojai. I experienced that at Villanova. It's very easy to get people to come to Ojai to participate in events. And, looking at water polo tournaments as you go throughout the day, and especially as that sun's going down, I mean, like any team, you could look at it as possible home field advantage. It's a coin flip of who can get which side, so that way you're not facing the sun at the end. And I mean, looking at shadows and trying to decipher what's what at the pool level, again, that can be something that's very difficult, in the first place. It was mentioned too about the PE. I don't think that would be too much of an issue. I mean, I've taught PE classes and we make them do the Miramani run. So, that traversing that distance shouldn't be too big of a problem with them. If that were to be a placement. I also, just as an aquatic person, I also lifeguard for the state beaches in Ventura. Been a junior lifeguard instructor, done that for 20 something years now. Just from a water safety level, I like it. I like the idea of it being a little bit more in front, just from the monitoring and visualization from the street, even that it's not as tucked away, kind of where the current pool is, where yes, we have cameras, but still that monitoring and safety. My wife likes to call me a ruly pants sometimes, but pool safety is definitely a big thing to me, and being able to see it, and even as people are driving by, or it's nice when the sheriff are in our parking lot, doing reports and stuff, just that added extra bit of eyes on the pool is another aspect besides being able to actually see what you're trying to throw to.
I think there though, the parking lot, you wouldn't see much because those buildings are really, I could see it from the highway and from the track. It seems pretty hidden from the parking lot. But
you could also ask Dave Munson, who's online, if he has an opinion about the location, if you were interested.
Yeah, I am. There was another question I have. Oh, could the bathrooms be utilized by the football stadium as well?
Certainly is possible.
Yeah.
What you want to make sure of is that the bathrooms right now open onto the pool deck. So we would have to set up doors and stuff so that we could lock that, so you wouldn't have
access.
Supervised access on the deck.
And what would the timeline be?
That's exactly my question. Is it take longer to build a 50 meter than a 35 meter? And how much longer to build out there versus in there? Or are they about the same?
I think it's all pretty similar. I don't think any of them have a significant, there's some longer utilities, but I don't think that's a critical path piece.
So what if we decided tonight that we wanted to build a pool? How long would it take before we had kids in a pool?
Would Jermaine's daughter get to do her senior?
I would say realistically, we're probably close to 2 years before you're splashing. By the time we get done with plans going through, because we come out with schematic design, let everybody review it, mark it up, offer comments. go back and do design development, which is another third of the development of it, same process, check our budgets, then finish the construction docs. We then have to submit to the Division of State Architect for their review. That can be 3 or 4 months to get through. The county environmental health has to sign off. Then we go through our bid process to advertise for contractors, award a contract, and then the construction itself is probably close to 10 to 12 months to build the whole thing.
And as Mark mentioned, obviously too, we looked at it at Kimball 20 years ago with $10 million.
Yeah.
And everything, as we all know, is just going up and up currently as well.
Yeah.
Well, actually, now that somebody's mentioned Kimball, you said something to me about Kimball's and their operating costs. Can you share that with?
Just that Kimball operates at a deficit every year. The city has to, and I think Dennis mentioned that.
Yeah.
$500,000.
Yeah.
Kimball is also like a water park. It's not just like.
Right, they have the
a
50
pool.
they have the 50 meter pool as well as the water park complex.
Yeah.
So they have a couple aspects going on them, but
And typically the water park can generate more revenue. So we normally see the more we can get into that recreational stuff, the more we can start building and offsetting some of our deficit. Small things.
I did want to, Kevin, just say to your point about the YMCA, obviously that's not a solid partnership, but we know that they are the swim experts. So they have been included from the very beginning in every meeting. And we had separate meetings with them to talk about what are their needs in terms of community access to, if we have community pool times, what do we need? We've talked a little bit about, additional ledging, I'm sorry, you can tell. And
ledges.
yeah, for little swimmers to grab onto, like those kinds of things. And so we have been working with them on so that as we're designing this, we're designing it based on what they have in terms of expertise, because none of us are learn to swim experts or run community pools. We run the athletic piece, but we want to make sure that we're considering that all along.
When I today, I was just doing a little, thinking and researching after I read the presentation in the last few days. And have you heard of a firm called Councilman Hunsaker?
Yeah.
So it looks like they have done for other districts full analysis of expenses and potential opportunities for monetizing and offsetting and so forth, right? And that's something that can be done.
It can be done.
And it could be done before you choose exactly what you're going to do, maybe because some of those decisions would have an impact on how you might monetize and otherwise use the pool, right?
You certainly can. Councilman Hunsaker actually hires an economic firm to come in and do part of those studies. It's like usually Ballard and King or Greenplay, as do we. And I'd mentioned we just completed one for San Diego Unified. And again, parts of it are, so oftentimes in a setting like this, we can come in and say there's several ways we can approach this. One is you can have somebody build how many swim lessons, what's the population, where are we at within a 10-mile radius, how many people can come in. For example, the U.S. Sporting Goods Association says that in this part of the country, we can expect 14.7% of the population to participate in municipal aquatics. So now that gives us a base of how many people. Now the question becomes, how many times do they come use the pool? Is that once a year? Is that once a week? Is that daily and all of that? And to what level? And then what are we able or willing to charge as part of fees to be able to use that all become, where it starts to become as much art as it is science, that piece. So with that, what we can do is come back and say, here's what other school districts and or here's what our other cities are doing, and here's the economics of their programs. One of the things that we do, my firm, is that we reach out, this is predominantly at the city level, not the school district level. We do a survey every year and ask them to participate in their financials. Because it's cities, it's open books. So we have a couple dozen that participate that will come back and say, okay, here were our revenues for the year, here were our expenses for the year, and here's how it nets out. And so some of these numbers that I was rattling off comes from that. So in that approach, we come in and say, we can give you examples of what others have done without saying, let's go spend. If you want a full Councilman Hunsaker type study, that's a $40,000 to $50,000 economic study.
On a $15 million project, it might be worth it. I was also gonna say, I would say that my inclination here would go with the 50 meter because the additional cost is modest. And to Bill's point about water, I could actually foresee a time when private pools are illegal and where, it's institutional, government, school areas where many people can use the same facility would be how you'd want to use your water. And I said the same thing about fields when people were bothered that we were watering our fields. We got hundreds of kids playing AYSO and using our fields. It's a lot different than somebody's got an ornamental lawn with nobody using it. So I think if you're going to use water, you use it in an environment where lots of people can use it. So, I'm thinking like we go big and have the largest facility, but I am also very worried about the cost of that. And so I would be much more comfortable if I knew I had partners.
And first of all, you're spot on. I mean, we get that question all the time about, what about water and public pools? And it's like when there's droughts, that's when the public pools become much more of a community asset. We still need our children to learn how to swim. And so where are they going to do it? And so that is exactly the case. I think that the real issue becomes, it's always a matter of levels of service, right? And what levels of service do we want to provide? What levels of service can we afford to provide? And so that's where it comes back. And again, if you just take just that utility number alone, and again, look at the delta between those two and say, hey, if this is $75,000 more expensive per year, or with some labor, it's $100,000 more expensive per year over the next 20 years, that's $2 million extra that we've just signed the district up for that level of service. And if that's what the community wants, deserves, we're prepared to do, then there's your answer. In other cases, it's like, boy, are we overcommitting, or, are we at liberty to commit to that extra money? Is that money that could go elsewhere within the district? That's the decision that, you folks really need to.
And I think the board, collectively, like a lot of us in this room, majorly in this room, lobbied for our last proposition. And a big thing that we lobbied for was that we were going to have a pool, right? And like, I feel like we owe this to our community because we passed the property tax,
the bond
with, flying colors and a lot of support from our community. And this was one of the things. And to me, it being so close to Miners Oaks, and like a lot of those kids don't have access to a pool, and it's 120 degrees here in the summertime. Like, that's an amazing opportunity for kids who don't have any access in our ridiculous heat.
Yeah, I would like to just say that. So I came into tonight feeling like, oh, I'm definitely set on where it is, but not on the size. And now I'm feeling the other way around. So for us to be able to hold state championship meets in a 35 meter in a town of this size, I cannot imagine why we would need something at 50 meters. I just cannot see it. If there's only one in this entire county, and we are the smallest city in the county, and we can get all our needs met at a 35 meter, I'm just shocked that we would spend that extra money, and I'm very concerned about the extra, $60,000 to $100,000 in operating costs. It's true. I think we'd have to do partnerships and figure out how that would be paid for, and what are people willing to pay, and what can people afford to pay to go to the pool. So, I think about the pool committee, which, as you mentioned, is our opportunity to hear from some of the public. It's not the pool committee's job. They wouldn't want that job to make that final decision. Maybe they would. It's ours. And one of the things we have to look at, one of the major things, is expense. And, one of the speakers mentioned, how is this an educational improvement? So the bigger pool is even less so. The smaller pool is the education that the smaller pool provides is the PE, all our teams, and a community benefit. I don't see that the larger one provides more education or something for the school and its programs that the 35 meter does not. So I'm now leaning towards the 35, which I was not coming in here tonight.
You know, it's interesting. I'm going to be we're doing a new aquatic center project for Oxnard. And we're going to be kicking off our first public meeting for that here in less than a month, for example. And one of the things that we, you know, in terms of bringing in the community and the more input that we can get so that we know we've vetted every opportunity here, I think is important. But for example, at Oxnard, one of the conversations we're having, as I do with all the communities, is, you know, I get back to that 14.7% of the community that actually would use the aquatics. What percentage of those are swim team, water polo team, triathlon training? You know, what percentage of our population does that represent? Less than 1/2 of 1%, you know, maybe even far less than that. And so what we are forced with in the case of Oxnard is, how do we represent what I call the silent majority? Mommy and me classes or daddy and me classes, the parents that want to bring the kids just to recreation swim, or some of those are the folks that aren't so motivated like these folks have been to show up at a meeting like tonight and make their voice heard. And so that's always one of the things in terms of public outreach. How do we really make it? It ends up oftentimes being skewed. You know, we have the Barracudas show up and the Sharks, you know, the swim teams all show up, and their needs are loud and clear as to what they need, what they would like to have. The rest of that community is hard to really try to document where they're at in this kind of a process. So that's one of the things that we always deal with when we talk about, can we open this up to community input and, you know, get that in? Absolutely, we're always in favor of it, but realize that, you know, it's not going to be a scientific pool by any stretch of the imagination.
And to Rebecca's point,
I just want to ask the board, is there a sense that, you know, we could maybe, you know, like for me, where the pool goes is more of a monetary decision than a, I don't know, I was going to suggest that, you know, maybe we even split those decisions up if we're not ready to make a decision tonight, one way or the other.
Would it make sense?
Would it make sense to, you know, like, oh, I want to make a decision about this, but not that, or I don't know.
But would it change the course of what we do? I mean, would it benefit us to determine anything tonight if we were going to push off something else to the next meeting?
Yeah, well, that's I understand, Adam, that without any decision tonight, that means the pool's postponed. But I also understand that, you know, I appreciate the pool committee and especially who was on it, but I wouldn't.
Where are they?
I would like to see more of a community, like, hey, there's an event that we're gonna talk about.
All right.
Even if it postpones.
Ask questions. We have no comments to make.
Yeah,
so,
Can you proceed to answer the question? You were gonna answer my question and then.
no, I was gonna say, I mean, to your point, I mean, I understand it's a tough decision. It's a big decision, obviously, the size, the location, all of it. But I think one reason people were so excited for the pool as part of the bond for Measure K was that A, was realized it wasn't gonna be done in Measure K because there was other needs. And B, we've been talking about a pool here in Ojai since I was a little kid. When we went to city council meetings with Mark and Rick Gate and other guys when we were 8 years old, petitioning for a new pool. At one point, it was gonna be here. At one point, it was gonna be down at the public works yard. This is not a new conversation. So I get that it's tough, but you know, we still have 2 years before we're even splashing water, best case scenario too. So I think that's why everybody was excited. Hey, this is our best chance now to finally get a pool.
can I be clear about I am 1,000, by the way, everyone has forgotten this. I was the voice on the robocall for none of you ever mentioned. But it was my voice that was saying, please vote for Measure
I was
K.
the one sitting out at farmer's market every Sunday. Kevin.
We know about that. But I have no doubt that we should definitely spend a buttload of money on a community pool. So, but I also feel like, it's a huge decision. It's just obvious to me that we're just not in a position to make these really big decisions. We're not, we don't exactly know and have any particular good reason right now to say that it should go there or here, or that it should be 35 or 50. And I will add, as to the 50, Jane, to your point, I agree. If the sole consideration is competitive swimming, I agree. It seems like we're good with 35. My idea is that we may be in a situation where we really want a substantial portion of the area to be devoted maybe to children or to some other, maybe a shallower area that's, that you almost have like a 35 meter and an additional area that's just, not so much for competitive swimming.
Learn to swim.
So, yeah, and I don't know the answer right now. So I don't feel like I'm in a position to vote on that.
You really start to open up a whole another can of worms. For example, if we came in and said that, the learn to swim and some of those others, we might be even talking that this shouldn't be a 50-meter pool, but it should be 2 pools. We might come in and say this should be that 35 meter, 33 or something. And the second pool could be warmer water. And it could be water that during the school year, if it's not heavily used, after Labor Day, maybe we let that water go cold and we don't have to pay to heat it, rather than making it a 50-meter pool and we got to heat everything anytime we want to use the pool kind of stuff. And now, like I said, that even starts to complicate this thing even that much more, depending on what we're trying to accomplish. But, and again, that was really, and I thought it was astute on the district's perspective to get the YMCA to say from learn to swim from the Y programs. When they looked at the pools and said, the 35 meter pool, their biggest thing is they said we could run a Y program there easily. They asked for the toe ledges to make it easier, particularly in the deep water where the little ones can, and that's basically a little recess that you can put your feet and hold on to the edge while you're listening to an instructor or talking to your parents or those kinds of things. They also talked about a movable bulkhead and said that can add some flexibility. It's an expensive piece to add, but we had even talked about that. If we were to do a 50-meter pool with a movable bulkhead, then the pool has to get even bigger. So we still have 50 meters with the inside of that movable bulkhead. So it becomes a $500,000 line item in that option. But so that, again, there really became this issue whether the city says they can run a summer program with the pool, whether the Y says they're going to do it, whether a swim team wants to come in and work out an arrangement. We've seen that up in the city of Davis, for example, where they've done it, and then they spend the money to get the lifeguards, but they enjoy the money they generate from swim lessons and stuff. That's part of it. But then there's the labor that the district isn't spending money on. So there's a number of ways to figure out how to operate it. Part of this became a matter of, do we have something that whomever that operator ends up being, the district, the Y, the city, private group or whatever, is it something that can meet our needs?
So it's essentially a way of getting information from that silent majority that you were talking about, who the monitoring classes, right? So their representative on the committee are the 3 YMCA representatives who run those programs for those people.
That's the silent majority.
So I thought I knew what I wanted. And then the more we talk about this, the more questions I have.
Absolutely.
I do see some value to the orientation, and I think it's a shame to do a pool and then build in a problem.
Right, totally agree.
I just short-sighted, it seems to me, but we're talking a multi-million-dollar difference. And so before I were to commit to that, because if we could do the 50, if it's practical, I would be open to that. Although I'm kind of where Jane is. It's like we have a lot of other things to spend money on too. So I need to understand the marginal difference benefit, right, from a 35 to a 50 meter, right? So really, how does that improve what we can do? So I can tell whether or not it's significant enough. The other thing is that I really, that orientation thing really has me to the Maricopa site, but it is more expensive. And that's where what Kevin is saying in terms of, are there other opportunities to mitigate that additional expense? Are there other opportunities to mitigate maintenance? I mean, you know, for a long time, we've talked about something with the city, but we've never really been talking about anything specific. And I hear that, you know, city partnership again, so I can only assume that the city is interested.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm gonna interrupt because I feel like that's a huge assumption.
Well, yeah, that's true.
And way back when Andy sat in your chair, Tiffany, there were conversations with the city, and the city wanted nothing to do with a pool and would not work with us on a pool. And so I find it rich that now the city wants in on this.
Different groups of people.
It's
No, it's
not
not.
a different group of people. It's the exact same people. Johnny Johnston's different, but
That's a big deal.
it's frustrating because the city has blocked us in a lot of ways. And I to have this opportunity, and now the city's coming in and saying, now we want in, is a tough pill to swallow. And so I commend you for working with YMCA to get that partnership going when we had no city opportunities.
Oftentimes we see, again, a project that's in the division of state architect right now is Davis Senior High School for the city of Davis. And it started as a school city partnership, and the city said, yes, we'd love to participate. And then they came back saying, oh, but if we participate, we want a wading pool and all these other recreation pieces. And they came back, well, what can you afford to put into it? And it was, well, we can give you $200,000.
Right, so that's
What
kind of
about
where
the
I was
operating
going.
expense?
I'm
Well,
sorry, and I
No,
derailed you.
you
we'd
make
love
a
to
really good
participate,
point.
but we don't have any money.
Let me finish my remarks.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, right? That we've been talking about this. I say I can only assume because I don't think people would be saying we should work with the city if the city has no intention of talking to us, right? So I have to assume that there's some willingness, although history has not made that a safe assumption. So I don't want to delay this forever. You know, it's already been a forever kind of thing. But if there are people who are interested in working with us, I would like to hear from them. I'm not willing to wait a year or 2 years or even 2 months. This has been on the books, and this has been a conversation for years and years, just since I've been here. So it's no surprise to anybody that we're getting here. So if the city is interested in working with us, I can only presume that they've made some thinking. I would like to hear their ideas. But I wouldn't wait forever for that. The other thing is the cost mitigations, even from the Y, right? I'd be interested in hearing some like semi-solid numbers.
Right. It costs us $50,000. We usually make $60,000, you know, or whatever. What are we gaining? What are they gaining? Or they get the pool for free, but they were charging, I don't, all that kind of
Yeah, because
information.
I'm leaning to one of the more expensive options. And I'm just wondering if there's some way to potentially defray some of that, either through a city partnership or why, I don't care at this point.
So we've been on this for over an hour and a half. Would you
Yeah.
like to make a motion?
Could I just add one more thing? Like, even if we made a decision tonight, it does not block opportunities to partner with people.
No, I kind of need a little assistance to know what price tag I'm willing to commit to. Because if there is no partnership, then it's all ours. So I before I say I want the expensive one, which is my inclination, I would like to know what kind of mitigation or support might be available to us, so I know what I'm putting us up for.
And I think, so when we've talked to the Y, they've had some of that information about their costs and things like that. And so I think because they run these programs and have those numbers, we can certainly get that information from the Y, which I would assume would be similar for the city or whatever partnership. But they have, just like you're talking about, that kind of collective pool of data from all over the country around, you know, how many and how much and costs and all those kinds of things. So I know they have that because we've talked a little bit briefly about what that looks like. So to Rebecca's point, there's many, many, many decisions on this that are going to be coming before you throughout the next 2 years.
And oftentimes these discussions of the various users in the programs are always, well, almost always, I don't want to make an absolute statement, almost always though, it's an issue of the level of subsidy that the aquatics program is going to require. And so it's never a discussion of them running the programs on recouping capital costs. So unless you got a partner, the city that says we would love to partner and we've got $2 million we can put towards the construction of the pool, if you go with the more expensive pool build, you're paying more money to build the pool. And by the partnerships are going to be to try to minimize what it's going to cost to operate each and every year after.
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Essentially, yes. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the city has in mind, if they're interested in investing or if they're interested in carrying some of the operating costs. I don't know, right? So my question is would it be fatal to us if we waited till the next board meeting to give the city an opportunity to formulate some sort of something?
We can certainly bring this item.
And with the why
One
information at the
city
same time.
council member is not the city. We've heard from one city council member, not.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the council. Yeah, I mean, because this is a commitment.
Well, I think in addition to that, I think, then you might as well, Memorial Weekend have or maybe not that weekend, but, have a time when we're at Nordhoff or we're here and, we're at Chaparral Auditorium where people can come and share, general public people, not just the city council, or we have a joint meeting with the city council.
Work on a proposal for all of those things and bring it to you.
I'll just add from Jane, your question about what to do. I think since it's actually on the agenda as an information item, we can just move on.
Even if it's an action item, you can just move on.
Yeah. And it was both. It was listed one way.
Yeah, I just figured
But I
maybe
think
the
what we
agenda
just
was-
decided was she said she would bring that information, so there's no action tonight.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Really?
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Our consultants might have gone to.
Very nice.
That attracts.
Could make money.
I know.
We took an oath up here.
I told you.
I'm embarrassed. I'm hungry.
Kevin, are you there? We're gonna start again. Thank you. I'm sorry if I just screamed at everyone on Facebook. We're moving on to 10.7. So actually what we're going to do here is do a little bit of information first before the public comments. So that was requested earlier. We're going to try here.
So,
Do you want to talk about
yes,
this, or?
unless you would like to talk first.
No, go ahead.
So I will start by welcoming we have two consultants here with us tonight, Mike Clear, who's been working with us over the past few months, and Benny Martinez, who is essentially acting as our interim fiscal director at the moment. So they are both, thank you for being here on Zoom so late tonight. I appreciate it. I'm going to just kick us off, and then I will turn it over to our CBO. So I have to share my screen with you. So I want to start by saying it has, as many in the audience have noticed, and as Jake Hansen noticed, it has been a rough year for our business office. We have had a very difficult time over the last year, and I want to provide you with a timeline and some of the issues that we've been dealing with. So last May, we had to put 4 out of 5 business office employees out on administrative leave pending the results of a fraud investigation. And so we had essentially one person with 1 year of experience who was operating our entire business office, and our director, our fiscal director. So they were out, the majority of them, through November. So we had temporary employees, not permanent replacements, we were trying to train while simultaneously doing the necessary work. In December, we had to do our first interim. And so we were trying to scramble to get ready for that while we had, we're still trying to run the day-to-day operations of the business office. The director and one person. At that point, we had hired Katrina as the CBO, who was also learning her position. We, in December, did our first interim with our prior fiscal director who was there at the time. We also, from December through April, were working on our audit, which, as you heard, required a lot of work. Audits require lots and lots of documentation and lots of going back and forth. And so in January, our fiscal director resigned. And at that point, we were trying to prepare for our second interim report, which was a scramble. And so we hired Ryland and Associates to help with our second interim report, but that was a rush. None of us had enough time to do the work that we needed to do. Again, we didn't have a fiscal director at the time. We were still trying to get the audit done. We had a number of also fiscal reports that we had to do. And then we had our second interim report, and then the county office did their review in April. So this is kind of the context of the last year in which we are operating. And so Katrina is going to walk us through.
Before you get to this, I just want to clarify in my own head, go back to that other slide. There was a period of time when we were having to go back and identify and reclassify expenses because we knew that they had been done incorrectly. Where in that did that time frame fall? Because it appears to me, you correct me if I'm wrong, that the county that's part of what the county is talking about. That, you had some stuff wrong. It's like, thank you, we know that. We're in the process of cleaning that up. So where does that fall in this timeline?
So we mentioned to you in our second interim report to the board that we knew we had significant COVID expenses that were not coded properly. So that is the work that we've been doing basically since March, when we were able to complete our part of the audit. And then we were able to transition and work on reclassifying, recoding, and doing all the things that were incorrect in second interim. So we knew when we had second interim, that was when we had kind of discovered a number of the issues that the county rightfully pointed out. And we were working on fixing that with the help of Mike, Benny, and Katrina.
And you told us about those when we covered the second.
Yes. And so
the first and second interim both go to the public. They're a public meeting item, like we always do that in public.
Yeah, that was all done in public. And we did mention several times that was that our COVID expenses were something that we needed to work on.
because we'd had essentially just this year of trying to get paychecks out the door, trying to get, our bills paid, trying to get purchases made just to run the district, in addition to kind of all of these higher level fiscal functions that we needed to do with people who were untrained. And so at the end of the day, we ended up with some new employees in the business office who are still learning their job and are still in need of training. And so we're grateful that we've had these people who have been able to help us kind of weather this series of unfortunate events, and that we have a solid team moving forward, and we're able to really work on correcting this with the people that we have in place. We still don't have a permanent fiscal director. We went out twice and interviewed, and we did not find a suitable candidate through that process. And so we are.
Can I just interrupt right there and say, people keep asking where the deficits are in our funding. This is the example. This is the issue. We are actually struggling to hire qualified people because we cannot pay proper wages. So
that's true.
I just wanted to highlight that part.
And in general, just in California, I just read, I think yesterday, that for every open job, there's not even enough candidates for the jobs that are available. There are 1.5 jobs open for every one person who's looking for a job. So there's not enough people to do the work. We don't pay enough to recruit the people to do the work. So we have kind of two things going against each other. So we are all doing the best we can. So,
and really, we're such a small district, it does not help us to hire someone who has no experience.
Right, but our pay scale is such that the only people we attract are people, and even if we had a higher paying, there are not a lot of candidates. As you know, I'm fairly well connected with lots of other districts, and I understand that there are not a lot of candidates even applying for these jobs, even at $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year more than we're paying. So we will always have to train people at our pay scale, and without people above them, who does that training, right? And so that is part of what we have been dealing with over the last, essentially year. So these are the items that VCOE came up with in their analysis. I just kind of abbreviated what was on the letter, but I'm going to turn it over to Katrina and Mike and Benny to walk through this.
So, we're going to go through it item by item. And the first item was that the reserve for economic uncertainty, our multi-year projection reflected that the district did not meet the required minimum for economic uncertainties. And we did acknowledge that the reserve for economic uncertainty in the second interim was not 3%. But like we talked about.
In out years, not in this year, but in out years.
Like we talked about at second interim, I had told you that just to get the second interim done, we had done about 1,000 journal entries based on, after the director left, kind of us getting into the weeds and seeing what it was. So that was just to get us to second interim because we had a deadline that we needed to meet. And we talked about in the second interim, all the things we needed to do that you would see at the year end when we did adopted budget, things like that. And so now you're going to be seeing those in the third interim because we've been working really, really hard based on the guidance that the county has given us, which were things that we had intended on doing anyways, to correct the errors and identify the COVID expenditures as temporary and not ongoing. That was something that really throws everything off when you think that those expenses are actually ongoing and they're not, they're temporary expenses.
So most of our COVID funding or our COVID expenditures are staff. And if they're coded to the general fund, then it seems as if those staff expenses are ongoing expenses. They're not, they're COVID. And so when we code them properly, they become temporary expenses and then they fall off the books when we say they're going to fall off the books, which is for the most part at the end of next year. And so those expenses are now properly coded to COVID, but at second interim, they were not because every single one of those had to be hand entered and changed. And we just did not have the time to do that by second interim.
So the issue is the next years.
Right.
Yeah. Because you're always looking 3 years total, and you're always looking to be fiscally solvent in that third year, at the end of that third year.
So based on moving the salaries and those expenditures, we do meet the 3% minimum requirement.
In out years. And this year.
I don't know if Benny or Mike want to speak to any of this on this item specifically.
I can. I've been doing some of the hands-on work, and after transferring the COVID expenses, we meet the 3% reserve for this year. We're going to be able to carry some COVID money over into 22-23, which will help us meet the reserve requirements in 22-23. However, in the next fiscal year, because we don't have those COVID funds, we're going to have some major deficits that we're going to have to deal with. And I wrote down a couple of notes before the meeting, and here's some interesting facts that I've discovered just recently. Since 2014-15, we had at one time 2,621 students. However, in March of 2022, we have 2,203 students, which is an average drop of a little bit about 2.2% a year. Okay, what does that mean to you? In essence, we've been losing, if we average about $10,000 per student, we've been losing about $580,000 per year since 2014-15. And so when you put those types of numbers together, in fact, the average 2.2% equals about 58 students per year. When you put all those numbers together, in my opinion, it's not surprising that we're in this financial position that we are. For instance, I just took a look. Since 2020-21, on average, San Antonio School is declining in enrollment by 5.15%. That's huge. Topa, we're talking 10.34% in declining enrollment. And like I think Tiffany alluded to, and Katrina and Mike has obviously been involved with this, is that the whole state of California, in essence, is in declining enrollment. I mean, you couple what's going on with our families plus COVID, it's just been haywire since 2019-20. Now, how do we combat this? The only thing that we could possibly do is anticipate what you're going to see in the third interim. That wasn't in the second interim. The third interim, we have built-in decline in enrollment. And with that decline in enrollment, we're going to be able to try to create a roadmap on how we're going to get out of this mess. And it's something that, like I said, shouldn't be very surprising because I went back, I've only been here less than 3 months. I went back from 2014-15. It's really clear what's been happening to your district. And so with that in mind, Mike and Katrina put this presentation together and they make great points about it. But really where the work starts tonight. The work starts tonight. It doesn't even start with adopting the budget that's going to be done in June. It's going to start all through the year of the rest, starting tonight into 22-23 on how we're going to make up this deficit. Because I'm not talking about small deficits. I'm looking at a multi-year plan here that we're going to submit to the board here, I think on June 1st. We're looking at $500,000 deficits in 23-24. And
Without additional cuts. But Benny, I just want to say one thing. I mean, so this is with adding Summit, an innovative program at Summit that's brought in 100+ students. We're restructuring San Antonio, right, to try and address that deficit. There's definitely some school issues moving forward. And there was one other point, but I'm a little tired. So
I'm sorry. I tend to shoot from the hip. And so I didn't mean to paint such a dark picture, but I'm a fiscal person by nature. And when I see amounts like this, I have to scream from the rooftops. And I got to let you guys know because this is a serious, serious problem. And so there's going to, like I said, there's going to have to be a lot of hard work done to get this thing under control. And that's just my opinion. I've been in the business. Like I said, I think I've been to one board meeting, 30 years, worked for the county office, et cetera. So this isn't anything new for me to see these
Well, and
Maybe not to see these type of numbers, but to how to deal with it.
yeah, and if I
Betty,
can,
that's one of the things we're hearing at the state level, that this is everyone is advocating and going to the state and saying it's time to switch because this is not going to work for anybody. It's not just Ojai Unified that's having this issue. It's every district in the state.
This is there's a massive.
well,
Yeah, you're correct. In fact, Katrina brought me an article today from School Services of California that the Senate, or actually the Assembly version of AB 1948 actually has the potential COLA of increasing it to, I think it's like 6% right now, actually getting it up to 15%. If something like that happened, that would really help us out going into the future, because they're not talking about this in categorical funding. They're talking about this in LCFF funding, which is discretionary. And that's what we need right now, because restricted funding can only buy us time for a year or two. But if this were to happen, this is unrestricted. This would help offset those future deficits. And so hopefully this will go through, because of the tax collections that have happened during the last year, there's money in the funds up at the state, and hopefully we're going to get this passed. It'd be a blessing to us.
If I can take what Benny has just said and kind of move it forward. And so the board will approve the third interim June 1st. And then, of course, the end of the month will be the budget for 22-23. And what we're developing to accompany the actual SACS budget document, which is what the board has to approve or adopt. There's a document that will help describe our budget assumptions in terms that the board can understand, the public can understand, our CTA and CSEA can understand. It really lays it out in terms that everybody can understand, instead of the SACS version, which, with governmental accounting, people in the private sector look at that and kind of scratch their heads and go, okay, this doesn't make any sense at all. So we're trying to put some historical perspective to that document to show enrollment in the ADA over about the past 10 years. We're looking at showing certain large expenditures, our utility costs, property liability costs, special ed contribution, like the really big dollars and cents, especially staffing, which is where most school district budgets go to help show ADA decrease over the years, which means revenue decrease, and then fixed costs increase. So when you have to give a COLA to certificated staff as per the collective bargaining agreement, and you have an increase in health benefit costs and especially retirement costs. Anyway, I could elaborate a lot longer, but when you get that budget adoption for approval at the end of June, there will be a document that we sit down and explain in detail that will help explain how we develop the budget. And that involves a lot of the processes that we have in place now. So Benny has spent an inordinate amount of time making, I don't know, probably a couple thousand budget revisions and changes in coding for the COVID expenditures that we've been talking about, just for the current year, to help us understand what the real true expenditures in each of these categories are, so we can more effectively develop a budget projection for the 22-23 year, and then beyond that for our multi-year projection. So a lot of things are happening at the same time. The cleanup process, working with the auditor to get the audit complete, and the second interim, and now of course the third interim. So a lot has been happening over the last few months since Benny came on, certainly, to help clean all this up, get us to the point where we're comfortable with our current year budget, and giving us a really good basis for developing next year's budget, plus estimates for the 2 years out there, which we need for our multi-year projection. So a lot going on in a very short period of time.
Really quick, want to say two things. One, Benny just finished those third interim numbers today. So those are like from this afternoon. The May revise comes out tomorrow, next week. So like new numbers from the state. And three, our enrollment projections that Benny's working on are extremely conservative. They don't include TK. They're really, really extra conservative. Because we had a significant drop during COVID, not at the beginning of COVID, but like last year. And so we're being as assuming that none of those students are going to be back, but we don't know what that will look like. So there's just a few points. So you haven't heard those numbers yet because they literally just finished like this afternoon. So I'm going to move on to the next slide since we're getting kind of late. Katrina?
So the second item that the county brought to our attention when they reviewed the second interim was that there's a lack of position control. The position control system does not include health and welfare costs for approximately 40 employees. And the response from us is that historically, up until the beginning of this year, there was not a position control process in place. But beginning in September of this year, we had developed and implemented the process. Our staff is in the process of updating Escape based on the results of all the position control meetings that we had for the current year. And it's going to help us with the 2020, it's going to help us with next year's budget. Due to the investigation that we had in 2021, and there were a number of the staff members, as Tiffany mentioned, that were placed on administrative leave. And because of the short notice, there was no time or capacity to train temporary staff with all the routine tasks that needed to be performed in trying to get keep the day-to-day of the district running. And we really didn't have a clear picture of what everybody did. So to reassign and to train people and things when we weren't really sure what everybody did, because literally like a day's notice, they were put out, some of them. And so it's been kind of an uphill battle. It seems like every time we think we have one thing handled, then like 5 other things come up that haven't been handled. But
well, and it was also a new fiscal director, so that person didn't know what people were doing, maybe.
And it was COVID.
And it was COVID.
So people
weren't
started off
even there.
not in the office.
Right. So we have 3 staff that was our temporary staff that is now our permanent staff, that they still come in every day and they're still learning, but we're still recognizing and finding out things from the help of the county and from the help of Benny and everybody who understands Escape and Mike, the processes and the things that are supposed to be happening in a district on a regular basis. And we're addressing them as quickly as we can.
So just bottom line, we feel like we fixed it.
The position control process was eye-opening for all of us. I mean, Tiffany sat in, Cheryl sat in, we sat in with each site. We sat in with the business department, the payroll department, human resources. So everybody was on the same page of who is assigned where, what kind of FTE do they have, all of those things. Because
they charged the right budget.
It was really, really a long process, but I think all of us learned so much about how out of control things were, for lack of a better term, because people that are at a site for 2 years are still over at the site that they were at 2 years ago. And that's nobody's fault, but it's until you do something like position control that you understand those things in order to fix them.
And you've heard me say this before, this district had a lack of systems, and our goal is to develop the systems. It was difficult to do that when COVID happened. And then we were trying to deal with, mitigating all of those other things that were required. But in the business office, systems are critical. And so we're working now on the process of developing those systems. However, staffing remains a problem. We're not fully staffed to even have the ability to implement those systems.
But I mean, like for the third interim that we closed just today, we feel like we've captured all the health and welfare costs, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Identified here. Got it.
Yes. The third item that they brought up was that the district's ADA exceeded enrollment in the LCFF calculator. The district used enrollment projections, assuming there would not be a decline in enrollment. What was used was a flat line. So we didn't say we were increasing or decreasing. And based on our history, that's probably not what should have happened.
And it's not in my nature to publicly disparage anyone. I just don't believe that's ethical, but because we're sitting here, I will tell you that we You know, the group that we hired to do our second interim, we did not get it in a timely manner. We didn't have time to review it, and they had assumed declining it or flat enrollment, even though had we been doing it ourselves, we never would have assumed flat enrollment. But we did not have the time or the capacity to do it ourselves. And so this was where we ended up with our LCFF calculator. So
Wasn't there also some issue with being held harmless and that there wasn't exactly clear how you're supposed to handle ADA?
Yes. Well, I mean, I think the majority of districts know they're in declining enrollment. And so as you're, looking at the trajectory, you're looking at a downward trend. But it's upsetting that an organization that we had hired to do this should have had the expertise to do that.
Yeah, and I think the other part is that we were very clear when we had them do it. Benny hadn't even come on with us, so that wasn't even an option for us, the timeline. And that timeline came and went to the point where we were up against the wall to get it published as we're required to do and things like that. So if I could go back in time again, it would have looked very, very different. And it's upsetting because you go to somebody because you're in need. You don't have that person on your staff at this time to do something. And we did, we had lots of conversations and we talked about the timelines. We were very clear on them, and it just didn't happen. So that, kind of put us in a very difficult position.
I'm sorry, if I could say, make a comment, this is just my professional opinion, is that when it comes to the business office, when it comes to the fiscal health of your organization, when it comes to this whole ordeal, you have to, you can't go cheap on the business office. And I've talked to Katrina about this, and is at one time, if you think about it, we had Danny, who was our CBO here. She is now the head of the county. We also had Patty. She is now working with Danny directly underneath. And so OHI can recruit the people. They can recruit people that have the talent in order to take us into the future and to keep us from fiscal crisis. But the problem is we have to pay them. And so the question comes up whether the board wants to take the initiative and the desire to pay these people what they're worth. Unfortunately, we live in Southern California. And Southern California is obviously very, very expensive. If you take OHI into consideration, then you're talking about another factor. And so this is going to be a chronic problem unless the board deals with it soon, because I'm retired and I'm not necessarily guaranteed to stay here very long. So, and that's not a threat. That's just the reality. But like I said, I just want to make things really clear. Been here 3 months, you're paying me a lot of money, and I want to make sure that you get your money's worth. And that's what you're hearing from me tonight, is your money's worth. This is a clear roadmap of what you need to do to get this thing fixed. And I apologize if I sound a little assertive, but I think it's something that you need to hear. This is the message that you need to hear from me. And I could not walk away from this meeting with a clear conscience without speaking my mind in a professional manner. Enough said.
The final item that they brought up was that we had unplanned contributions and transfers. As of the beginning of this year, the cafeteria fund had actual revenue posted within the second interim report of $51,541 and budgeted a total revenue of $900,400. And our response to that is, as we've discovered since the director of fiscal services left, he was not depositing cafeteria reimbursements in a timely manner, nor depositing them into the cafeteria fund. So we're working on getting all the deposits that, while they were put in the bank, so they were where they needed to be there, they weren't entered into escape. And so
if it's not an escape, it's not essentially real, and it's not reflected in our second, third, or in our books in any way. So that is true.
And that's where the county made their comment about that $900,400 is, where's the money? Are you submitting your reimbursement request to the feds and to the state timely? What's going on? So that's why the comment was made by the county, and understandably. And unfortunately, the director wasn't doing it correctly and timely.
When we track that money down, is that found money, so to speak, that we have more than we otherwise would have thought, or is it just
No, because we had
offsetting?
budgeted revenue of $900,000. We probably have that revenue, but it's just not showing up in Escape. So in Escape, what we see is $51,000 because we didn't make any of the deposits.
So that we made the deposits in the bank, but Larry, the
Right,
deposits are
didn't make them
sitting
in
in a
Escape.
box. We're
Well,
sitting in,
and remember, it's cafeteria money. It's not general fund money.
right.
Right. But those were, anyways, we have the money. It's just not in Escape. So it doesn't show up on our books, but it's actually in the bank.
Escape is the system that all Ventura County schools use, which is like QuickBooks, but for public schools.
So it's like if you deposited money in the bank, but you didn't put it in your check register, Escape is our, and then for lack of a better term, our check register. So what my staff is doing right now is taking all those deposits that our director did not enter and entering them into Escape now.
So what are our next steps? So you'll see the third interim at the June 1st board meeting. It might look slightly different than what we've kind of just discussed today, because again, the May revise comes out between now and then, and who knows what that will look like. To Kevin's point and Rebecca's point, there's a lot of that's still unsettled about how we're going to calculate ADA, declining enrollment. So that is not reflected in our numbers at this point. So if you remember, couple of years ago, we had we have to cut this much money, and we had a budget committee, and we went through all these things, and then the numbers changed. And so we're just right now, we're saying we have some work to do, and we definitely have some issues. We're not sure what they look like yet, because we don't have all of the information, all the inputs to determine what the output looks like. But we should know a lot more in the next couple of weeks. FICMAT, which is the Fiscal Crisis Management and Assistance Team, is going to come in and do a financial health analysis. They have not started that yet. I would be very surprised if we had that before August. So you will adopt the budget without having this information. I don't know when it will come or when they'll get started or how long it will take, but that will happen. And then you'll see the 22-23 adopted budget. You'll have a first and a second reading coming to you in June.
And after we presumably we'll see the third interim, and like we did with the second, presumably this time we'll say positive also. And then BCOE will review, and hopefully they'll agree, and then we're good.
Yeah, the punishment is basically.
I'm going to move to the public comments before we open up to the board. So Jeffrey Starkweather, followed by Bill Wyrick or Dee Reed, whoever's here.
Thank you. I came with comments, but my God, I haven't heard this. I have to completely change it all, actually. 20 days ago, I got this letter. And what shocked me is that this was put on the agenda with the second interim report to the public with nothing on there except there was unqualified or qualified certification. I didn't even know what it was talking about. And how many people go through every minute and look at, what, at least went back when we did it in March, you said it was a financial report. I kind of assumed it was, but I didn't know. And this letter was not on the agenda. Kevin had to get it on there. So that is total lack of transparency. Now we're finding out, and I really appreciate Benny for being honest. We're finding out that this, you got it all fixed, you say, but can we actually trust that? Since November, this has been going on. You have fraud in your own office. The buck stops with you, not blaming it on your employees. You hire them. We're the citizens that have to be affected by that. So you're not going to get your report from the county until August. So we're not going to know what the truth is until August. So the idea that you're saying you had incompetent employees You're having a hard time finding competent employees. You're having a hard time training them. And we're supposed to go ahead with these massive expenditures. We're going to have the Citizens Trust parcel tax. We're supposed to be going ahead with the Chaparral property. This makes absolutely no sense. It's an insult to the citizens of this community. You should not be spending any money until we know what you actually have. So that's mainly my point. I would point out that there's two other things. It says here, education approval prior to issuance of a non-voter approved debt. Do you want to proceed with a voter approved debt? They're telling you that they don't trust you. And the other one is collective bargaining. You can't even collective bargaining with your teachers unless you get run it by the county. I mean, that to me is telling me that they're considering this very, very serious. So I don't think we should be doing any of these projects you're talking about. Of course, we'll talk about in a minute, until we have resolved what is the truth about our financial situation, and we can hear from the county, which is an agency I think we can possibly trust. Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify that the FCMAT is different from the county, right? So the county gave a qualified budget, meaning we had some things to fix, but FCMAT is a different organization.
It's a state
than
organization.
The county.
So we'll hear from the county before that.
You'll
In
hear
June.
from the county regarding the third interim, and it's approved or qualified or whatever.
When do you
that
think,
goes.
when do you think is that August, or is that, like, you're gonna submit it
June.
first, I think?
June, this is said.
So, Bill Wyrick or Dee Reed?
Oh, you're good.
Darius, are you telling me you want to speak on this item? Is that what
I
you're?
signed the card for it.
Okay, go ahead. Bill Wiley will be next, and then Darius, and then Larry.
Make it clear, I'm speaking purely as a private citizen taxpayer in this district. I gotta say, when I reviewed the letter dated April 21st, 22nd from the Office of Education, I was stunned to see the second sentence. Our analysis of the second interim report indicates the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Stunning. This paired with the sentence near the end that the county superintendent of schools is sending a fiscal crisis and management assistance team, not at your request, they're sending you. You don't have a choice. To perform a fiscal health risk analysis and assess a multi-year projection. The district is being compelled to submit a proposal addressing the determination that the school district may not be able to meet its financial conditions. This is from the letter. I was vice president for business affairs and chief fiscal officer for a public university approaching $85 million in annual expenditures in the 90s. I can assure this board, because this is a board problem, this board is going to have to act to solve this problem. My employment in that position would not have survived a report which changed a positive to a qualified certification in this manner. I'd be out the door right away. To have an outside agency conclude that the financial management systems for which I was responsible could not be trusted, and that an outside team was necessary to clean house and set things in order would have been grounds for my being immediately relieved of my duties. The detailed findings only provide more cause for concern as listed. No minimum reserve the adequate, non-inadequate minimum reserve, health and welfare costs for dozens of employees not budgeted, therefore understated, unrealistic assumptions about enrollment trends, overstating revenues by at least $1 million a year. I just, and your discretion as a board is being taken away into the 2 elements already mentioned. The most basic responsibility of the school board is effective fiduciary oversight of taxpayer funds and ensuring that the management team has financial reporting systems in place which meet minimum basic standards. This board's got to meet this challenge right now. Fix it.
Bill Miley. Followed by Darius.
Hello. There are 4 points I want to make about the second interim report. But the first one, I would like to just do a little lighthearted thing. I reviewed it all. The report about the financial issues raised gives me this comment. I have a cute solution. My now past wife, Cookie, managed our family finances for 65 years. And that's why today I'm solvent. Now, I believe Cookie's, the reason she was able to do that was because her dad gave her that name. Her name is really Marlene, because she liked cookies. And she would eat cookies all the time. And I attribute that to the fact she managed the finances. So I'm going to suggest that every time we have a board meeting, we have cookies, and the budget committee and the budget manager always has cookies on their desk. And that's going to solve your problem. Okay. So a couple of serious questions. I think that I see three policy issues in the commentaries by the school board, the Office of Education. And they are item number 3, which starts out unreliable budget development, which is overstating your revenues by $1 million. That seems to be a policy issue, which is your board responsibility. 3A has to do with the attendance ratio. And that was using 100.74% on your average daily attendance, when in actuality it was 95. This seems to be a policy issue. And the last one is 3B, which has to do with student enrollment, and considering it was going to be flat, but it's actually declining. So I would like to suggest that one of the problems, the solutions to the problem of declining enrollment is affordable housing. And so I and a bunch of others over here have worked for the past 8 years trying to get affordable housing built in Ojai to bring more families with kids. And we'll speak to that in the next item, because two of those suggestions are really good. Let's see, I have one more. I understand about a quarter of all the students in the Ojai Valley go to private schools. Now, what is the more able to attract those 1/4% of students to our schools, whatever that would take? Higher educational activities, I don't know, maybe a pool, but something like that.
Okay, Bill, you'll have to finish up. That was your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Darius, followed by Larry. Simon.
All right. Cool. Thanks. I feel like a little relieved. I've seen the budget. I've had issues with the budget since last year, with books and the textbooks and the money. And then on the interim report, money was still stuffed in the books. We haven't talked about the ESSER funds, or any of that stuff, where it's at. And tonight I found out that for the past year, the district doesn't have a financial department. So all of a sudden it starts making a lot of sense, right? And that's okay. I think it needs to be, this is probably the most transparent agenda item I've seen. I think that it acknowledges the problem and it says, all right, now we're going to go publicly. I think that's really important. So I appreciate that. I wish it should have been there 6 months ago, 8 months ago. I don't know if you're allowed to say something, but LCAP, for example, transparency is the theme. I think we're at 6% of funds, LCFF funds are in LCAP. I think that should be better. That could act as a controller, local control. The controller's job is to audit fiscal spending. by the community. So I think that's important to acknowledge. The other thing that I was a little disappointed about was that the board has been making fiscal decisions flying blind. Like you really don't know where the money's going. I mean, that's a little concerning. That's a lot concerning. And so, I mean, how do you remedy that? That's, I don't know if anybody else saw that, but how are you guys making decisions financially when you have no idea where the money's going, right? In 2015, there was embezzlement, and now there's fraud. I mean, how much fraud are we talking? I'd like to know. I think that's important. I mean, what are we looking at here? I did download the internal controls for whatever that agency is that's coming. And they do just have some basic questions, which we should know. I mean, we hired an assistant director of finance last year with some of the COVID money, right? Like, no? So there's not two assistant superintendents?
Superintendents, yeah.
Superintendents,
Of business, yeah.
to partially remedy that situation. So, you know, I just, the credibility of the board's kind of gone down for me, that you guys have access to a pool committee, maybe. And the public has no access because it's not recorded anywhere. Is there, you guys keep talking about the pool committee, where are the notes?
Okay, you
Where are the
need to
minutes?
finish. Those are your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Where is the pool committee? Thank you. I'm new in Ojai 5 years. I love Ojai, as I assume you all do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I really do appreciate the fact that you're school committee people, because it's a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of effort. You don't appreciate it. The letter from the county is, I believe, on your watch, because you're the head of this thing, right? So it's your resume. The last thing we need is the county or the state to come in and take over the school system. So you got to fix it. No matter how it gets fixed, line item, solve it, deal with it. The fact that we've been losing children since 2016, even Mr. Menendez, was it Menendez? Martinez, sorry. Notice that. I've seen new people moving into town, little kids. Are they going to private school, public school? I have no idea. In Rhode Island, the reason people move into towns with good schools is so they don't have to go to private school and pay 40 G's a year. They want a high school that's great, that's high achieving, that's well thought of, that kids are proud to go to and they care about. Nordhoff is 50% on the state. I don't know. I look at different things online and it's 50%, 60%, whatever that is. All right. 50% is mediocre. Okay, it's average. Who cares? You want to bring kids to the school? Change the curriculum. Ask the kids what they want. Maybe they can help. Let the teachers teach. Tell the state to go. Seriously, enough is enough. What's been happening nationwide is the curriculum through the whole school systems are all failing. You keep doing the same thing. You keep asking for more money. Every school department in the country asks for more money every year, and they deserve it. But deliver the goods. Mediocre is not acceptable. 40% on math and 50% in math, and kids not graduating or finishing remedial math and English and going to Cal State or wherever the hell they go, okay, and having to take these classes is not acceptable. They need fiscal literacy, they need English, even a multicultural land, even Spanish, whatever. Math, general math, whatever the thing it is, they're not graduating with business skills. These kids are coming out. The ones, my kids came out, why? I got my MBA, I went to college. I was the first one to go to college in my family. My wife was the first person to go to college. Our kids, it was assumed that they were going to college. Why? Because when my grandparents, great-grandparents left Russia, the only thing they could take with them was what's in their head. So knowledge is important. That's portable. These kids need to learn this stuff. They're getting out with what? Employers, ask employers what these kids need to learn from an education. They're not getting it. You have great teachers. Let them teach. Tell the state curriculum. I'm serious. I know you're an attorney, and I think it's wonderful that we all have these state rules. But the experts aren't working. If they were all experts, we'd all be getting 95% on the grades. Sorry, I'm done. I'm just pissed. Sorry. That's students. Sorry.
So, any comments from the board on the second interim report or questions for Benny or Mike or Katrina or?
At this point, I can just wait for the third interim. I mean, I'm hearing that you're making a lot of efforts. Much of this is not a surprise because we have talked about it before. And we've known that these efforts were ongoing. We weren't totally clear, I think, how bad it was, but you got to turn the stones over to find that out. So for me, what's most significant is the third interim and what that looks like and how far we've progressed in resolving these. So I'm glad to hear that we're making that efforts. So that's what I'm looking for.
These problems, like part of what we were talking about earlier, how OHI is so little, and there's very solid distinctions that should be made in accounting departments that, because of the size of OHI, cannot be made. And we talked about that earlier, which is really difficult, which means that we have to have policies and procedures. However, this is an old problem. This is not a new problem. This is an old problem with a staff and a superintendent who's willing to deal with it, not push down like we've done for a really long time. So the people who are sitting here now, who work for us now, are the ones who are working 10 and 12-hour days to make sure that things are getting done and getting to the state on time and trying to correct the issues that have been broken for a very long time. So it's just like, it's really difficult to listen that, the current regime should, be held accountable when it really was an issue that has been going on forever. And will be solved over a year, possibly, because you have to go through every single cycle in the fiscal world of school services to get to the end.
By the way, I actually have experience with TIPMAC. I find them to be a very useful
They're
organization.
very useful.
Yes.
Yeah. They're a great organization.
Well, and I think I had been here, this is a great, it's like, thank God, it's great. You have experts coming in and can help. Now, again, we've had suggestions before on what to do. And then, I do hear from the public, why'd you hire a CBO? Why are you spending money in the business office? Because the experts are telling us we need more staff in the business office. We can't handle what's required by the state, by the federal government. And then you add millions of dollars of COVID funding onto it. And we couldn't even barely handle or couldn't handle what was happening before.
Yes.
So
With the
it's a
constant
conundrum,
reporting.
we have a union that's fighting us on raising salaries. Sorry to say that, but it's sort of like, yeah, there's only so much that can happen when we have limited funds, when we have limited, applicants. And we have a community who often tells us, don't spend money on that. It should be only on teachers. And, there's got to be a balance somewhere, but I do feel like, Katrina, maybe tell me, I feel a difference in right before the second interim and now. Do you feel that there's a better sense of, we've got time to do this now, we understand where some of the issues were, it's just the time to get those things in, or does it still feel like a big boulder?
It's a big boulder. I mean, the good news is we have Mike and Benny who are experts in what they do. I mean, they're retired consultants who can come in and look at the big picture and see where the issues are. And as we uncover things, help us guide through those processes. There's still a bunch of work that has to be done. In running the day-to-day, I have the staff to do that. It's the other things that we don't have. And, we've had reports, before or during the investigation that said you need more staff, just for the checks and balances, so we don't have the fraud, so we don't have the things that we had in the past. We've had Benny come in and share with Tiffany, Cheryl and I, like, these are the people you should have in your office to make it run smoothly and to get everything covered. So we have all these different things, we just don't have the staff in place to make it happen. We'll keep working. By the grace of God, everybody keeps coming in and doing the work that needs to be done to keep the district running. You know, and I have 2 people on my staff right now. Actually, I have 2 consultants who are retired, and I have 2 people on my staff that don't have to work. So it's like anybody could tap out at any time, but they keep showing up, and I cannot ask for more because they're amazing at what they do and we're getting the job done. But we don't have enough staff in place. You know, Benny's pointed out what we need to set up. So we have checks and balances. We have another report. It's all going to take time, but until we get what we need, it's going to take that much longer.
And anytime we lose staff, we have to start all over again.
Yes. Anytime we lose staff.
And there's a very real possibility of losing multiple staff.
And to Rebecca's point about this being, our last superintendent left and said, by the way, pay attention to the business office.
Yeah.
And then COVID hit and we didn't get to.
Also, I just want to point out, an investigation of fraud is different than fraud, right? And so it's very clear in our slides about an investigation of fraud. We have not, everything else is a personnel matter. But the issues that are affecting right now is the investigation caused people to be out of the office and not be able to do their work.
A lot of people.
Right.
Okay. 11.1 parcel tax survey
We
results.
we can push this if we want to push it. And also we would have to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10:30. Just 10 o'clock.
I was gonna suggest we push this too. But do we know, is there like a deadline?
I was texting John, we will still make our deadline. if we
Yeah, I
push
would
this
love
one.
to push it.
Okay. District office property, I do feel like we should spend at least some time because people have
Yeah.
spent all night here. Again, I would like to have a little bit of a discussion before we have the public comments. And I have about 8.
The point of order, I don't know what item we're on. The
Last item.
11.2.
Chaparral property. Okay, thank you.
9, 10. Actually, you know what? I do have, I have 2 people, or I don't know if it's the same person. I do have some people that wanted to talk about the parcel tax. So I will let those people speak tonight since you came to speak about it. So sorry about that. I don't know that we'll have a full discussion of it tonight, but it's your chance to speak. And that's, well, there's one that's empty, so I don't know who it is. And then Darius Lang and Bill Miley.
I signed up for it.
Okay, yours must have been the blank one.
I'll be brief. I support the pool. I like the big pool. I'm disappointed with the process. I support a plot tax or providing money, but at the same time, I don't like being, told I'm not allowed to leave a comment more than 450 words. There's a give there, right? I consider it censorship, and I think I've donated over 3,000 to the district this year, and I would be at this point a no on the plot tax, just because I don't think the district is being transparent enough to tell us where the money's going. To be honest, and I really have an issue with it. So. I think that's really it for me. But you guys really need to look at the transparency. I think several people have said it tonight. I've been saying it for a year. It's not about the money. It's about the process and being inclusive. to the community. I mean, Ojai's small, but yet they can't, a citizen can't leave more than 280 characters in a written comment. Really? So, thank you.
Bill?
Hello again. So in reviewing the survey results that were done for the parcel attitude and interest, I did them. But one of the questions I would have is, where is the money going to be used? You know, I know there were a bunch of questions that people gave their opinions about, and I was one. They called me. It was kind of nice. But I didn't see in reviewing those proposed places to put the money, any new academic programs. It seemed to me that most of what was there was to continue what was going on or make whatever was done stronger. I didn't see any special mentoring programs offered, focus programs on key educational needs. So therefore, I suggest your board not put the ballot question on the November ballot. What you do, resolve the interim report financially. Show over a period of time that you are managing it well. And also, because I understand there'll be 3 trustee seats open, is that correct, in November? I would really suggest that you wait for a new majority before you do this. Thank you.
Jeffrey?
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I think the most recent discussion has kind of made it clear, something I hadn't really planned to focus on, but you know, I hear from the business manager, we have a big boulder. By the grace of God, we're going to have enough employees. You know, I heard that this has been a long time problem. You know, 4 of the board members have been here 8 years. 3, the superintendent's been here 3 years. So to say that somehow, you know, we haven't had time to deal with it. And the second thing I heard was the public doesn't want to spend money on properly trained business people. I certainly never said that. It sounds like now you need to put salaries for business people, not for teachers, because that seems to be your biggest problem at the moment. I would also add that your expert, Mr. Awesome, is that pronounced right? He said 2 years ago when you had a hearing, it doesn't work to sell a bond issue on teacher salaries. He said that doesn't normally apply. He said it does to save programs, assuming you could show that this is actually going to save programs. But saving programs doesn't add any more students, which seems to be your problem. I would say the survey was basically a push poll. It wasn't a real survey. And that I wouldn't call a survey of 192 people community engagement. You know, you had nobody, no community meetings or anything talk about what you would use this parcel tax for. And I hate to remind you that I ran for office on a plan of how you could use the parcel tax to help your budget. Instead of using it for paying existing teachers or existing programs, you should think of it more like seed money. As Bill's talked about programs, I've always talked about a dual language program. If you use it for seed money for new programs that would actually attract some of those 1/4 of the kids that aren't going to our schools, and we added students, that would be your sustainable money. So if you did it for 4 to 6 years, you would have more students, would bring up your budget. Then you could actually go on serially to different programs and actually build up your student population. We are not like every other place. I just want to point that out. We have a lot of kids living here, 1/4, that don't go to our schools. I've talked to those parents and they complain about test scores. They complain about what's not provided. We also are a school of choice. if we had programs, we could attract kids from Ventura. We could attract kids from Oakview, we could attract kids from Sao Paulo. A lot of kids do move to go to those schools. So I think this is not the time for it. I think you need to wait, give yourself more time to get a different strategy. Thank you.
Larry?
I'm not against paying taxes because I pay taxes. I just like to see where it goes and I want results. And I think that there are 750, there are 2,500 kids in the school. There are 750 kids in the high school. You want more money? Everyone wants more money. But we're not seeing the result. As a parent and a grandparent and somebody new to Ojai, and I keep saying that, it is true, maybe 10 years from now, is that I don't see the results. I mean, I know people send me stuff. Oh, this is high school. This is Nordhoff High School, 50%, 41%. The grades are mediocre. It's not a high achieving school. Why? You know, and somebody on Facebook said, well, it's because of economic, social. Oh, it's because they're poor. Half the population is poor. Well, that's insulting. Just because somebody is poor doesn't mean they can't be educated. They're not intelligent. They're not smart. They're not motivated. They're not incented. They don't want to get out of their circumstances. Nobody came from money. Everyone started out with nothing. Okay, we all started out poor. Somebody made it, you kept it, and you kept going. And it took education. I mean, these kids, you need to do something different. I don't care what you do. Blow up the school, add new curriculum, change teachers, let the teachers do it, something. But if you want me to pay more taxes, deliver the goods. Because I don't mind paying retail, but I'm tired of getting cost. Okay, I'm tired of getting wholesale product. I'm tired of getting a cheaper product, paying retail. That's all. Thank you. And this is across the country. It's not just here. So just, you know, but you have an opportunity because it's small. You can get this done. Thank you.
Okay, the district office property. I think we kind of spoke in January or February that it might be wise to wait until there's a new board before further discussions on the district property. But the community has not stopped talking about the property and making plans for the property. And so I asked at the last meeting that we put this on the agenda because I feel it's important to not let the community get out ahead of us. So this is why it's on.
I will just give a brief introduction to this item, if that's all right. So the purpose of this item is really to tell the staff what direction to explore. So this is not a final option. It's really like, where do you want more information? And I know there's a lack of detail. There is a lack of detail because we have to start the process somewhere. And I find on occasion, this community wants both to have input on the process and then the final product. And we can't have both. We have to start somewhere. So this is a starting place with 3 different options that we'll talk tonight. Based on this process, I just want to share on option 1. The reason that this is timely is because we have been waiting on a number of crucial items on this district office property because we were in the middle of a different process that would have resulted in relocations. For the last more than 3 years, we have not done necessary repairs on this district. We have windows that leak. We have rooms without air conditioning, we have buildings without air conditioning. We have a stormwater runoff report for the 2nd year that has not passed. So we have to do paving to meet our health and safety requirements. We have a number of things at Chaparral that need to be fixed. We have things at A Place to Grow, but we've done none of that because we didn't want to spend money on property if we weren't going to stay here. But at this point it is beginning to negatively affect our ability to do our jobs and to serve students in this location. And so that's why we need some direction from you, board members, about where do we need to put our energy And can we start making some of those necessary repairs so that we don't have ongoing damage? For example, I put my foot through my floor in my office a couple of weeks ago. Like my heel went through the floorboard in my office. We have leaking windows, we have mold, we have things that are incredibly problematic for us to continue to be operational in space and ask employees to come to work here. Not to mention air conditioning for the second time. So that's what we want to share with you today, some of those options. And I'm going to share my screen if you give me just one moment. So we have 3 options for your consideration. This is not an action item, but it's a discussion item for us to think about where we might go. And we also have with us tonight David Soldani, who's our attorney who works with us on these kind of more nuanced pieces of property development. So our first option is to stay and complete the necessary upgrades and repairs. And I want to point out, these are bond funds. There was money set aside in the bond. We every single year bring to the board a giant project list of all of the things that are in the bond project. We provide an annual report. Our audit looks at that. Our COC looks at that. So these bond funds are highly scrutinized by in multiple ways. And these are all things that are in that line item for the district office, which we either would use to relocate or we would use to complete necessary repairs. Whether or not that line item is enough to complete necessary repairs is something that we would have to determine once we get all of these cost estimates. So the process for that is to do a site walk to identify necessary repairs and upgrades. We've done that. Complete cost estimates, that's in progress. These are all things that we bid out or we get cost estimates before we have the bid process, depending on what it is. Identify the funding source or sources. In this case, it's likely to be a majority of bond money, but it likely would not cover everything that we would want to do. So we'd have to make some decisions. And then we would bring to you awards and bids for particular contracts, right? And then we would do the necessary repairs. So these are our cost estimates, and these are rough estimates. Some of these we've had contractors come out and look at. Some of them are still in process, but we want to give you a holistic view of what needs to happen. But absolutely, there are a number of roof repairs that need to be made throughout this, in all of our different buildings in this complex. Retrofit of the auditorium and kitchen, retrofit of Chaparral High School and upgrade, landscaping, painting, repairing all of the peeling the walls, classroom upgrades, which is a little bit different, HVAC, paving and drainage, which really has to happen. We can't continue to not address that problem and not get into issues at some point. And then looking at our MOT building and either upgrading that, relocating, and simply it's going to take quite a lot to bring that up to where it needs to be. MOT is our maintenance operation and maintenance operation and transportation. Yeah. So then we have a couple of other options that you can consider. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. David Soldani.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And let me just reemphasize, because I think it's important, that this is a high-level overview of options. If any of these appeal to any of you members of the board, let us know so we can conduct a more in-depth analysis and report back to you in much greater detail. So we're not asking you tonight to definitively tell us, well, what are we going to do? We're showing you some ideas so that you can tell us, we'd like to learn more about this option, or we'd like to learn more about that, so we can bring you back the detailed analysis that you're going to need to make a more final decision before you go down any of these pathways. So let me just add something to that first option. The first option, which I will call the no development option, and that's where we remain in place. And it's important, as the superintendent alluded to bring some of the programmatic elements logistically up to snuff. There's some physical. I was going to add peeling paint too. I was tempted, but I refrained from pulling the rest of the paint off of the side here by the door. One of the, so that it's important with that no development option, if that's the direction this board's leaning, I would recommend that you would consider adopting a resolution rescinding the declaration that this is surplus. Because in fact, if you're going to stay here, you're going to utilize it, you're going to need the property for educational purposes. So it wouldn't really be surplus anymore. So because the last thing that you did with respect to that was declare it surplus, I would recommend you declare it no longer surplus. Now, that doesn't mean that in the future, you couldn't reconvene a 7-Eleven committee, start the process. That future 7-Eleven committee can go through it and make their recommendations. You could at a later date, years down the road, if you wanted to, if you no longer needed the site, you could still do that. It doesn't foreclose that option. But if you're really going to remain in place, there's no relocation of the programs or the district office, those repairs need to be made, and I would recommend that you rescind that declaration so that this is no longer considered surplus. All right, moving to option 2, affordable workforce housing. And what we mean by workforce housing more specifically, it's housing where the priority would be given to district employees, classified, certificated staff. They would be given a priority for those units. Now, one thing that I think it's important just up front, the board and the community know, is that affordable housing doesn't pay for itself. So if you are going to look further into this option, full disclosure, you're going to need to find a way to finance it, to bridge that gap. And one of those ways could be partially develop other components of the property. So you may have some office over here, you may have some retail. You're going to need something to pay for that workforce housing. So what would that process look like? Oh, I'm scrolling here like I'm controlling it. There we go. First, we need to renew our State Board of Education waiver. Just real quick, by way of reminder, the default under the law when you declare property surplus, how you sell it is you have basically a public bid sale. It goes to the highest bidder. That's the default. The purpose of the waiver is to be excused from having to comply with those provisions of the Education Code. And it allows us to be more targeted and more deliberate and not just giving it out to whoever's going to pay us the top dollar. It allows us to really tailor a program specific to our needs and what's going to work here in the community. For example, the workforce housing wouldn't work if we just gave it to the highest bidder necessarily. So we would need to renew that because our waiver has since expired. We would also need to retain appropriate consultants with expertise to assist, guide us through that process, particularly with crafting a way to finance it. We'd have to work with city staff, community, discuss the general plan amendment, land use, zoning issues. Again, identification of funding sources crucial. And if at the end of the road, something like that penciled, then our RFQ and our RFP would be very specifically directed to those individuals that have experience in workforce affordable housing. Okay. Next slide, please. Again, let me, sake of clarity, so that there's no confusion. This is just to guide our discussion. Okay. This is not what's happening. This is just so we can have an intelligent conversation of what this configuration could look like. Okay. And I know it's a bit hard, at least it is for me, to see it from here, but I'll submit to you that in the top left corner there, where our bus barn or MOT is, that could be an
Actually, where
area.
a place to grow is.
Pardon?
This is where the preschool is.
Well, there, I thought I saw buses there. Where are the buses?
Top down here.
For the draft.
Oh, okay, the wrong one. Oh, there you go. Okay, so the place to grow would now be a place to grow affordable housing. Okay, so the housing would go there, potentially, some units, some number of units.
David, could I hate to interrupt you because I actually love everything you've ever done for us. So it's almost 10:30 and we have still stuff to get through and still about 8 people to hear from. So I'm feeling like this is a little too in-depth. Like what we need to do is just,
Say the word.
are we moving? Are we staying? If we choose to stay, we can still talk at a later time about affordable housing.
Sure.
Right? I mean, it just seems that's the next conversation. So if you wouldn't mind moving to.
Not at all. Let's skip ahead. So,
okay.
Option 3, by contrast, I like to call this the do-over because this is development of the entire site and the relocation of the district office. Okay. This is very similar to what we embarked upon originally. though I'm involved in the front end on this, so I would assure you it would look very different. Notwithstanding, that's what this is. So again, to summarize, bring it all home. Let's go to the final slide. So we're presenting you this information tonight. You are able to give us some direction. We can bring specific information back to you for your June 1st meeting. Depending on where we go, we'd want to start the process to renew the waiver, which is public hearing, et cetera, all these other steps. So just for purpose of simplification and takeaway, 3 options. No development option, that's option 1, but then we need to fix the problems here. That's option 1. Option 2, I'll call it the workforce housing option, and that's workforce housing, teachers, classified, and staff. But we would also, full disclosure, we would need a little bit of retail or office or commercial to pay for that. And option 3 is the do-over. Relocate the district office. We need to find a place for the district office and the operations to go and figure out a development that wouldn't include a hotel, but would include something here. So those are the 3 options. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Any board questions?
Thank you. So I have 2 just paperwork, business work. We have to vote to go beyond 10:30. We can vote for another 15 minutes and then decide whether we want to ask him quick questions and let him leave and then hear the public, or how we're going to do that. So just business wise.
Happy to extend it. We could go to 11. I don't think these are primarily legal issues. So I don't have any questions for David.
Okay.
It's done well, but it is pretty straightforward, so.
Good.
Sorry, David. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna stick around and hear the comment anyway.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Are you off the clock?
Always. I am right now.
Okay, Robert Stein.
I'm going to defer till the very last, and I won't say anything if others have covered. Would that be okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And do we have to vote right now to extend?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 3 people say yes. So Kevin motioned yes. Michael seconded. All those in favor of staying for another 20 minutes? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're staying extra. But we are finished with David. Thank you. Jeffrey Starkweather.
Ubiquitous. No big word.
That's 3.5 words.
Okay. I'm not against fixing up the buildings as they are. That doesn't preclude any future options. And so, I don't know whether, if it required us to totally prevent us from doing anything, then I think that's a mistake right now. Just fixing up this current buildings, it's not going to interfere with any future plans, and that wouldn't have a problem. I think if you recall, we had a planning commission hearing. You weren't there, you would have enjoyed it. Massive numbers of people. And they made clear over and over again that they wanted to have input from the beginning. There were all kinds of people actually threw out all different kinds of ideas. And some of the ones you heard about, Jane, I've heard about too. And they're just alternative ideas. I think that the next step really is, and I really think it needs to be the next board, is talking about where do we go from here in terms of getting citizen input. The other thing is kind of relates to what I talked about earlier about how you raise money. I don't think this thing should be for any money at all. It should be whatever is going to bring students into our school system, because that's what we need. You're going to get a de minimis amount of money no matter what you do on this thing. And we had a 7-Eleven committee, actually in 2014, that came up with all kinds of ideas for new programs that were completely ignored. I read all those documents. Of course, I came up with some, and other people have too, have been ignored. Secondly, given the financial thing, I think it would be kind of a difficult thing to have the public trust that this is going to be spent properly and wisely. I think that the important thing is, I want to say something. What's your name, sir? David or?
David.
David, okay. He mentioned that you couldn't build workforce housing without something else. That is not true. That is not true. You could act essentially as a land trust because the developer doesn't have to pay for the land. There are developers, nonprofit, low income, middle income developers who can get subsidies. And some of us have actually talked to them that could build workforce housing on your property without having to have other income. So I would go with Jane's initial proposal that we wait until after the election to address this. Thank you.
Larry?
The property, I was at all the meetings, or not all of them, but from November on with all the big to-do about stopping the hotel and the parking garage. The town needs housing that's affordable, which is different than affordable housing. Okay, limited to Ojai Unified School District employees, limited to Ojai District long-term residents, take 2 acres out of the 7.5 and make it whatever. Okay, but you need to have local involvement. The previous developer never went to the neighbors. He never talked to anybody. You have 3 options there. One is do nothing and leave it alone and just fix it and live with it and let's go on with life. You don't need anybody for that. But any development, you may need the city, you may need voters, you may need, talk to your neighbors, get them involved, set up committees, set up 10 committees. You know, it's a district property. It's not just city property. You know, you get them from the avenue, you get them from upper Ojai, you get them from lower Ojai. Get a big committee, 2 committees, 20 committees, get all this input in. You've got all these advisors, you don't have to pay them. You've got plenty of smart people in the town, in the city and the area who know how to develop properties and what makes sense and what you can sell. I mean, you can sell more parking. You might even make money from it from the city, maybe lease the lot to the city so they can lease it to people so we can get rid of the simpletons and the mindless people. Okay? I mean, there's no big deal here. I mean, the property is valuable to the town and to the school committee. Use it wisely. You've got offices there, you've got classrooms, you've got outside area, you've got all sorts of things. But take the community with you. They're gonna help you sell it. You know, hug us. We want it developed. We want something to happen there. That's all. I live 5 blocks from there. I drive by it every day. Thank you.
Ferris?
Cool. All right. Hey, thanks for letting me speak. Just a couple quick things about the affordable housing. I mean, I like the idea of maybe affordable rating, but I'm really not sold on the housing in general. Especially, I'm not really fond of the housing in general, like affordable, like putting housing on the school property. But if it was, it would be like affordable rental. And then, you know, you think about, okay, well, we're dealing with a union and teachers, and then who's got seniority and can purchase the house, what happens if they quit, blah, 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 blah. And we're really just out there fiscally. And we're right around the corner from a potential economic crash where property values could go down, who knows? I mean, that's how I moved to Ohio in 2008. With that said, I'm a firm believer in just renovating it, get the air conditioning, fix the offices, make it maybe even a drop-in community workplace. I don't know. And that could be done with, you know, title funds, restricted funds, I think. That's really not going to affect the bottom line now. Saying now. School safety, I mean, if the superintendent's stepping through the roof, it seems like it's got a safety issue, right? COVID money, I don't know. So that would be something I would support. I'm not really fond of the numbers. Like I looked at the, you know, what, $2 million for a roof. I just don't buy that. I trust a bid from Allen, maybe something that's not shielded, shielded in the attorney-client privilege. So regarding that, and then, you know, again, another board, another time, maybe something that involves students. But I think it's a slippery slope when you deal with unions. And we're just talking about salary increases. They can't even agree on that. So how's that going to work with housing? Do we need to supplement housing? I don't think so. I think it's a bad precedent. Thank you.
Bill?
I want to share with your board my opinions and beliefs about the agenda item. On a conceptual basis, I would view any development as needing to benefit the whole community. At the present, I mostly like option 2, workforce housing, keeping district, farmer market, etc. There needs to be established a factual base for the housing for certificated and certified staff. What we can do. In Hawaii, especially in the city, surrounding areas available rents for moderate income folks just don't exist unless the person is spending a big portion of their income way beyond 30%, which generates a rental burden. Actually, there are very few rentals available, even at that price. Recently, there was a 3-bedroom house behind Ron's for $3,800 per month, which comes out to be $45,200 per year. So one key element in the property is having enough workforce housing for the established needs. I like that very much. In my opinion, the rental prices would be the cost of construction plus the management costs, repair and replacement, and a percent for the support of the school education. It would generate enough cash so the district would have some income because you don't have to pay for the land. And then there's a tax exemption. Affordable housing for folks in very low and moderate incomes is really important. You build it separate or blended. Subsidized affordable housing managed by a trusted nonprofit would be a really good, and they would pay land rent. People's self-help housing of San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara is really one of the best, and I know them very well. Next on my lot is an Art Center Institute. Artists and their art are a well-established element of Ojai history and ambience. Structuring art educational activities would add to the community benefits. This could include an art atelier, academic classes, work-live units, space for special art, conferences, showing, and leasing the center would generate income for the school. I think all of this would give income for the school. Next steps, I know there's a June 1st target. I respectfully request that this be extended to allow more community involvement, such as charrettes. I know two elements are already on, and I like them a lot. So please consider other options and ideas that you can get from the community. The community values that step. We learned a lot last year with the first RFP and the big community dust up. We don't want that again. So I see all of the above as strongly benefiting the community, and let's take our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Francis? Well, you've waited patiently tonight.
All right, so good evening, board members. I appreciate your service, all of you. I know you guys really work hard at this, as evidenced by tonight, staying up late, sitting here to listen to all of us. I really appreciate you. My name is Tom Francis. I'm here representing Simply Ojai. Simply Ojai supports option number 1, stay and complete necessary updates and repairs for the following and other reasons. According to a June 23rd, 2021 Casitas Municipal Water District study, if present trends continue, in a few years we will reach stage 5 drought where outdoor irrigation is severely limited, if not curtailed. So I'm just going to show you this really quickly. Basically, this is our water going downhill based on our water purveyor's own study. So this is, this is Casitas talking to us. Okay, and I can send you guys copies of this later, but it's on the Casitas website. Ojai is experiencing extended drought and aridification. Extended drought has occurred many times throughout geological time, and it's normal. What is not normal is the compounding factor of climate-driven aridification. Unlike extended drought, aridification is permanent. Aridification in the Western United States is directly attributable to climate change and the resulting rise in global average temperatures. In fact, according to data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Ventura County has experienced a temperature increase of 2.6 degrees Celsius, and that's 4.75 degrees Fahrenheit in total warming in the period from 1895 to 2021, which is a greater increase than any other county in the contiguous United States. We're number one in the temperature increase. Considering the fact that Lake Casitas is an open reservoir that provides the Ojai Valley with a large portion of our water reserves, and that rising temperatures increase evaporation rates, that all groundwater basins in the valley and the lake rely solely on rain and snowfall to be replenished, and that present projections are that the extended drought we're experiencing will continue. Simply Ojai suggests that in the best interest of our children and other members of the public, that the district refrain from increasing demand on our dwindling water reserves by pursuing development on this site at this time. We have years of work to do to adapt to aridification. It's going to take us a long time to get to water sanity, even if we do all the right things, not just in Ojai, but for the whole Western United States. And then my last comment is, I think the skate park is a huge success. It's an example of using open space to serve our children and youth. And I think that building anything that serves a small number of individuals on this property, when it's a public space, and it's best to leave it open for options in the future, it's a mistake to build. Thank you.
Mark Whitman?
No, it's late, so I'll be brief. But I agree with the previous speakers, Bill and Jeffrey, what they had to say, and so I won't reiterate what they had to say. But I'd just like to say I didn't want to offend anybody by putting forward the proposal like I did, but it's really taken off. The ideas, people been prompting me to push it forward, and so I'm kind of going with it. And my thinking is it is a perfect fit for this property, and it could be. It has a potential, and I think that's the thing is the highest potential for meeting the goals of the school district and also of the community. And so the community has spoken out that they don't want to see it commercialized, and it should stay in a kind of a public realm. And this Art Institute idea, I won't get into details on that, but it might be the perfect solution. But the community, I think, needs to chime in. And so actually, we're having a meeting next week on Tuesday night at the retreat, and we're inviting the whole community to come forward and talk about. We're not even calling it the Art Center. We're calling it the future of Chaparral, and let people talk. And maybe there's some great ideas out there, and maybe there's not. But I'm just flowing with this thing and seeing where it goes. And I hope you guys are open to maybe coming up with a solution that will benefit us all, and it'll make a win-win for both the school district and for the community. Thank you.
William Wyrick?
One thing that I am humbled by is the depth of human capital in this little community. It's stunning. It's incredible. The amount of people that we have here that are really engaged, visionaries, and so on. City manager shared with me that he orients new staff at the city of Ojai by saying, you probably have worked other places where you get people come in the door and they all know what they're talking about, and they really don't. Ojai is different. The person that walks through that door probably does know what they're talking about, and you better not ignore them. We need to, I think, all face up to learning from experience. And this board, been watching this process with this property for many years now. This board set goals for, in the RFP, you hired a group to come in under the exclusive right to negotiate, and they gave you what you asked for. You gave them a goal and they met it. They provided what you asked for in those goals. We had a public engagement in the hearing, and my goodness, the community rendered their judgment on that goal, on that proposal that met those goals. So what I would seriously ask you to do is to really realize that you need to reach out to this incredibly talented, wise community and help them define the goals for this property. Don't keep the definition of internals just internal. Open it up. Have a structured, open community process that everyone would gladly participate in. And you'll come up with options you haven't thought of. That's what I've learned, that there are options out there in this community that I've never heard of before, and I'm always learning from. The comments that David made, for example, consider unsurplusing or desurplusing, or whatever you want to call this property, gives you options that you don't have under your current declaration. And I just really think that you need to open it up and ask this community and learn from this community. It's a really incredibly talented and wise community, and help them define the goals. Help them to help you define the goals for your stewardship of this public asset. Thank you.
Robert, you're the last one.
I mean, one last serious, just simple question. I don't understand them asking the question. What, is there something magic about the June 1st date? Is that in concrete? Because that's 3 weeks away. And with all the information and the questions that have been presented.
It's not in concrete, no.
Oh, it's not a concrete, okay. Because it seems to me inconceivable that anything meaningful can be accomplished in terms of being able to make decisions to direct staff can happen in 3 weeks. I just wanted to clarify that in my own mind. Thank you.
I think the purpose though is that we're keeping, no? Okay.
We can't do that. We can't respond.
Yeah, it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda, so we can talk about it.
I just was gonna say that if we are keeping things here, the sooner we're able to put things out to bid, the sooner we're able to make the infrastructure needs happen, the better off our students will be. And that was the purpose of.
Yeah, I don't understand the June thing and where it came from or what it means, but what I know we wanted to do tonight is talk about what does this board feel is going to be the next step in terms of, do we start community meetings where, you know, which I just want to say, William, you're absolutely wrong. They did not meet the goals we set for them. We set some very specific goals for them that they did not do. So I really have to point that out. And I also have to point out that we have had meetings for 4 or 5 years about this property. So to make it look like, you know, oh, we just did this is wrong. And I think I have heard ideas. I have been to multiple meetings. I've heard ideas that I get frustrated that the community is again and again and again not realizing that the point of the surplusing was to find a way to help our budget. And it's not a way to, let's just, what can we do with an empty space? Lots of great ideas. Lots of great ideas. There's, what are we going to do with, you know, where Help of Ojai used to be? Let's all get together and talk about that. That's a city property. What, you know, that it's not just There's been suggestions to put a bike park here. There's been suggestions to put the pool here. There's been a lot of suggestions. But I can't understand why we can't make ourselves heard. Is that the suggestions aren't just, what do you do with the big property? It's what do you do with the property that aids in the education of our children? That is what this property is for. It's not for an art center. It's not for a pool. It's not for, unless those things are aiding our programs in one way or another, either directly or through monetary gains. So that's the point of this property. So what the board has seen in the last 2 years with this developer was that that was not the right developer. COVID has changed how this town feels about tourists. And, you know, we have to reconsider, do we want to do that process again? If we do, we wait until the next board is in place. But in the meantime, we have community meetings. If we don't, I don't know where we go from there, but I feel like it's time to sort of certainly address the issues in the property here in terms of maintenance.
I have a bit of a counter narrative. I mean, I think it's important, Jane, because you are, as president, you at times, you know, do appropriately speak for the board, but in this regard, you don't. I mean, you don't speak for me in terms of what I think about this property or how we got where we got. From my perspective, I agree with you that the 7-Eleven committee was solely focused on finances. And they said, hey, you know, you guys are considering closing a school. Maybe instead of that blood and treasure and all that, you know, Sturm and Drang that would be caused, consider doing something with this property. And then we did. But I broadly believe that what we did was we said, we're going to look for a highest best use opportunity, meaning that we are going to see what fully monetizing the property means. And generally speaking, that's what the developer did. And the community, as you say, said no. But, you know, I sort of, I get concerned about the idea that, you know, we gotta do something, gotta decide, we gotta, you know, it's like, you know, even the pool, something as massive as the pool, we had 2 one-hour meetings with a community group. And then we're potentially going to make a decision tonight about like where this pool is. And it just feels to me like we can slow this down. And as to the, you know, well, you know, it's almost 11. I feel like we have learned throughout tonight that we have enough on our plate that this should wait for the next board. And I think that the 3 people that get elected will be able to run on that. And they'll also then therefore by some, you know, some definition, reflect what the community wants to be done with this property because it will be an election issue.
I think our job, like as board members, 100% we should have had community input from the beginning. I totally agree with that. But we are tasked with, she is tasked with getting the highest and best use of our land to help our schools. It's in the law. You should read it. It's the whole goal is to bring money in to support the schools that are dying. They desperately need it. Like, I know it's maybe not visible, but it's 100% true. So right now, I think the best thing we could do is just fix the building because there's people working in here in conditions that are not suitable for humans, and move on. Probably unsurplus it. That's what I would do.
I would like to see on the next agenda. I think that if we are going to go through any process, we would need to go back to the very beginning and go through a surplusing. A 7-Eleven committee, get public input. And so I would be in favor of rescinding the surplus status. I personally would like to hear more about workforce housing. We know we have budgetary issues, and I think one of the draws is going to be being able to live here. And I think that is going to be important in the future. I don't think that's going to change. I don't see suddenly affordable housing being readily available. So, you know, I don't want staff to go too far into the weeds, but I am curious about what it would take. And I hear David say that we would have to have some kind of a trade-off, but I do wonder what other funding sources are out there for creating that and having a little more detail to that so that we could make a decision on whether it's something we want to go forward on.
So I'm a little frustrated. I went to a number of meetings and visionings and other things, and I've listened to a lot of suggestions over what to do with this property. And I too have been frustrated in that it does not appear that we have successfully gotten our message out that what we needed was a big chunk of cash up front to be able to relocate everybody here. And then a steady cash flow from that property. There's been a lot of ideas that I think would be fabulous for the city, and I would love to see them. But I haven't been able to figure out how they generate sufficient cash for us. I have to say, the developer, looked at one of the elements that we gave him or them in the document, which was highest, best use, most money, and apparently forgot the other one that said consistent with the town values and other things, right? There were multiple factors that they were supposed to consider. I think what they did was come out, and a lot of people said this, they came out up here thinking that somewhere along the line they could negotiate down here and get something, but what they really did was scare a lot of people and think that they were insane. So I don't think they handled it very well, but I'm also kind of discouraged that I'm not sure that there is a revenue generating option that the city is, the community, not the city per se, but the community is comfortable with. Doing nothing is not an option. And so I think at this point, I'm kind of with the D surplus and let's look at fixing this place up, see what else happens down the road. I am interested at some point in exploring the idea of affordable housing, or let me just put it this way, of staff housing. I think there are a lot of different ways that those can be built. There are traditional, row houses. There's also co-housing. There's a whole bunch of different things. And so I don't want to just jump to that that's not a viable thing. There might be a way of doing it. There might be ways of getting some money. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. But if we're not going to be able to pay our people a market rate, then we're going to have to find some other way to help them. It's not fair to balance our budget on the backs of our employees, and that has a negative impact on the services to our students. The literature is abundantly clear that underpaid teachers result in poor student performance. So I happen to work in education. I'm struggling with the same issues at my job, but it is true. So where I'm sitting at this point is fix it up. Let's look more into potential housing, but I'm just not prepared to go beyond that at this point.
So what I'm hearing is that there might be future options out there, but they are not worth holding off on the repairs that need to take place. So no matter what, we should start these repairs. There are other options in the future, whether it's with a new board or community changes, but I think of ideas too for here. It's like, oh, let's fix up that kitchen and have a CTE that's about baking. Let's have a CTE for early childhood education. Let's build affordable housing, have a CTE about construction and HVAC. And, there's lots of things we can do on this property that are education. But that's, again, that takes time, that takes planning, that takes community meetings. And in the meantime, we need to fix the roof. We need to fix the drainage. We need to do a paint job. We need to make this a property that we are proud to live and work on. I think.
Okay.
Well, and that could be where we end up June 1st, but I mean, today is just discussion, right? So, but yeah, I'm with you.
Well, I don't know what we would need to bring back June 1st.
Well, I
this
don't
was
think,
a-
I think
an
we have
action
to.
Item, and so that
Oh,
was
okay.
why there was actually June 1st was on the agenda, because in agenda setting, we decided this wasn't an action item. And so then the next meeting is June 1st to take action.
So
on the
if
discussion.
anybody wants to come and comment on disagreeing with that idea of using our bond funds to fix this up, that would be their opportunity to comment. Okay. Thank you. That's that item. Now we'll finish up with a future agenda.
I think we hit our deadline.
Good thing I built it. Okay, I'll just bring it up at the next one. I do have a future agenda item. Agenda. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for those of you who
Appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you for coming.
We'll have a late night.
Bill, don't get used to it. We're not gonna let you talk 6 times.